All right, good evening, everyone. Time is now 7:04 p.m., and today's date is May 4th, 2026, and we are here for our regularly scheduled Town Council meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To all my Star Wars fans out there, may the 4th be with you, and we will kick it off to the town manager's update. Jim?
I knew you were going to say that. I heard that a few times today. Good evening, members of the council, those of you who are here this evening and those who are watching from home. Just a few updates for the week. Some may have noticed or heard of the barge off the beach at Bonnet Shores. It began listing during transport by a tug yesterday. The Coast Guard and DEM were aware of it. There was no danger to lives or property or the environment. It was carrying large concrete and steel beams. It is now underway to Quonset, and it's under control. On Friday, we had the Narragansett Fire Station 2 grand reopening. We had a ceremony to reopen the newly renovated Narragansett Fire Department station. And the event was attended by residents, members of our fire department, which is the best fire department in the state, the town council, our state and federal delegations. And again, we thank all those who supported this project with funds from the American Rescue Plan Act and the Public Safety Infrastructure Grant Program. A special thanks to Jack Reed, Senator Jack Reed, for assisting, as our firefighters were out of the station for 13 months and were working out of Fort Greene, providing uninterrupted emergency services to the town. And as always, we thank them for that. And also, I'd like to thank Chief Partington and our town engineers and the construction crew that stayed on top of this through the whole time period. And significance is also that the event took place just before the start of National Fallen Firefighters Memorial Weekend that honors firefighters who died in the line of duty. And if you had noticed around town, American flags were flown at half-staff in honor of the solemn day recognizing these first responders. And as always, I thank the fire department for their service to this community. An update on the Scarborough wastewater treatment facility. Currently, the plant is operating optimally. Again, as I stated, we cannot recreate all of the circumstances of last summer at this time, but the subcommittee, Donna and Jim, myself, John Goodinson, Superintendent of Wastewater, John Gerhard and Scott Goodinson, and Phil Ratteni will be meeting at the wastewater treatment plant tomorrow for a meeting. Most recent update, the plant is in full compliance with discharge permit conditions that's been maintained through March of 2026. The one sludge transfer pump is being rebuilt and scheduled to be returned to service in late May or early June. A new belt was purchased for the gravity belt thickener, which will be installed this week. Staff began baseline sampling in addition to ammonia to monitor plant conditions and measure process efficiency per wastewater consultant's recommendations. We'll begin seeding the oxidation ditch in May with enhancement products per the consultant's recommendations to promote desired results. Staff has implemented additional process control modifications, and they continue to do so. We continue to review and analyze historical plant operating data and information to identify methods to correct improper process control decisions, perhaps. For the summer, we also plan to have available to us additional services to remove some of the stagnant waste that may develop there, so we can get it off-site sooner to speed up the processing and to reduce any odor, which we hope we don't have. Regarding the regional wastewater treatment facility, they've taken many of the same measures that we have. The odor cannons, like we had at Scarborough, new procedures, basic common sense type procedures that we all follow anyway, but remind people about dumpster lids and paying attention to the odors at all times and trying to address it. Narragansett news and information events. Donna had come up with this idea a while back, and we recently pushed it out through the webpage, where anyone that goes on there and clicks on the Notify Me, and they check off the boxes of the things that they would like to be notified of. Once that's done, as that new information comes out, it'll be automatically sent to your phone or to your email. We also recently rolled out like the newsletter. We call it the Narragansett News and Information and Events Notice. And if people sign up for it, it'll come out probably every 2 weeks. And Dan, if you could just show folks what it looks like now, the most recent one that we just did.
Absolutely. When you go onto the website, there's an option here to register for that newsletter. And if you want to see the existing ones, just click on the Notify Me button there. Scroll down a bit, and when you're registered for it, right in this area where the phone number is, will be a quick button to sign into your account with the website. And then just over here to the right where it says Narragansett Newsletter, you can actually preview the previous newsletter just by selecting that. And that's the current newsletter that went out last week. And just a thing to register for that will go away for the next one. Next meetings, this link right here is a link to where you can actually go to the video of the previous meeting. You can actually search for things in there. The entire agenda is there, broken up individually for the video. YouTube links, brief thing on the town renovation, and various other news and events going on in town for the next month or two, depending on which way you're looking. So that's how you get to it.
Thank you, Dan. It's a little bit of one-stop shopping. It has the calendar of events for all different departments, any significant news that comes out, and there will be a slight change to that as time goes along. We're going to increase the font of the links that kind of call attention to you when you look on it. It says if you want to see an agenda item or if there's a link going to something, we're going to make that font more prominent so that you can see it and access the information more easily. And Donna, thanks for your help on this, and Dan, thank you very much for your help on this. And that's it, folks.
I would just add also a really sincere thanks to Councilor Vignali, Dan, for really getting this over the finish line here. I know that it's been a goal to improve transparency, especially with all of the incredible events that we got going on around town. This was a really one-stop shop for people to really conveniently get updates on the goings-on in town and prepare for things that are yet to come. I signed up, and I think it's very important to emphasize to everyone that it's not only signing up with your phone number and or email, but you have to verify your email or phone number. I found that some people were not getting it, and that's because you hadn't gone in and verified your email or phone number. I promise once you do that, you will get these communications, and they come in pretty frequently now, and it was very impressive to see and be updated in real time. And I was able to click on the previous town council meeting where it shared the agenda, and you were able to click on different agenda items, and it would take you straight to that part of the meeting that where that agenda item was discussed. So I was really impressed with it and very much appreciated the added work that went into to put this together. And knowing that this was just the first run, you know, I think we've really set the bar high. So really, just thank you to you both. And I'm sure you want to comment on that.
First, I would like to thank the town manager and Dan for all your help in getting this off the ground. It's been a work in progress, and we've been able to do it, and I'm just so excited that now residents do not have to go through 3 hours of town council meetings. They can go right at the beginning of the newsletter where it gives you the date of the meeting. You can click on it. It has the agenda items. It has agenda items separated, as Dan had said. Click on any item you're interested in. If you're interested on an item dealing with the town manager's report, click on it. It'll take you right to the video where the town manager's report will come up. So anything that you're interested in, if someone says, well, did you hear this about the town council meeting, and you don't want to go through and watch 3 hours, you now have the access to just go on, click that one individual thing, and be able to see what happened at the meeting. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you for everything you've done. I'm so excited that we finally got it going, and thank you. And thank you for all the work on the wastewater treatment plant also, and for all the time that's been spent putting everything together and working to make sure that we have a summer without smell. Thank you.
I'd also add that this past weekend, Councilors Colonies, Durkin, Vignali, and myself had the opportunity to participate in the Little League parade for opening day. It was really a joyous occasion, and I was very impressed with the police's response and organization of that event. And our special thanks to the Narragansett Little League and the Narragansett Parks and Recreation, who do a tremendous job at taking care of our facilities year-round, and a special thanks to our parents and coaches who volunteer their time to getting their kids to and from practice and to their games. We also had Councilor Vignali, Durkin, and myself attended the ribbon cutting for the solar panels that are on the roof now at the Narragansett Public Library. And I was very impressed to hear such tremendous support. And for the first time, I actually don't think it's the first time, but we are really paving the wave here and setting the bar high for all of Rhode Island. We are the first public library in the state of Rhode Island that will be fully, hopefully at some point, fully run by solar energy. And this is a real testament to this town and this council's support for renewable energy and protection and preservation of our resources and our town. So very impressed, and congratulations to the Narragansett Public Library and the library board, and thank you to our engineering department for also their assistance in getting this over the finish line as well. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to add to from their weekend, or questions for Jim? All right. Thank you. And Jim, were you all set? I just realized I got right into questions. Thank you. So next we have the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented in item B1?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the open forum part of this evening. I know that there's a list of people who have signed up. As a reminder, the comments of citizens addressing the council are neither adopted nor endorsed by the body, but heard as requested. Public comment will not be taken on matters involving open litigation. Please state your name and address when you get up to speak, and speak only on topics not on the meeting agenda. 3 minutes will be allocated to each speaker, and please be orderly and respectful.
Our first speaker is a special guest for us tonight, Jackson Cato, who'd like to discuss with us a little bit about his pursuit and project of Eagle Scout. Welcome.
Since this is a special occasion, I won't limit you to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Council. I'm Jackson Cato. I'm from Cranston. I don't live here, but I go to the beach a lot, and you know it's a big part of what my family does in the summer, and I wanted to give back to the community of that. So I've been working with Parks and Rec, and our goal is to build something along the lines of a lending library, but for beach toys. It's a box. It's going to be like those bins they sell at Job Lot. It'll be accessible for, you know, small kids to get into, and it'll let all the water through. It's going to be about 2 feet tall and movable so that, you know, it's not in the way. It's going to be behind the South Pavilion. I don't know. I wrote a lot down, and I lost it all.
You could talk about people can put.
No, I commend you for this tremendous idea, and you can continue.
So Job Lot is working with me. They're going to donate the first batch of toys, and then any toys families want to donate or that get left behind on the beaches can be thrown in the box. And then, you know, if a family doesn't bring toys or can't afford toys, they can still use something on the beach It's, I think it's a good idea. It'll, keep the beach clean and help build the community in the town.
Well, I think it's a tremendous idea, and I commend you for having such an incredible idea, especially when we're looking at how difficult it is for families to even be able to afford to come to the beach or go to the beach these days. It's nice that we have an opportunity for these toys to be readily available, and it allows residents and other visitors to donate toys that they may not want to bring home with them, or maybe they don't want to bring back on the plane with them. It's a really great opportunity to pay it forward. So I think it's a really great idea. And just a clarifying question: is this box going to be on? You said it was behind the South Pavilion. Does that mean the beach side? Is that correct? Okay. So once they get through the beach, they will be through the other side. And I would just ask that a goal for the attendants who are working the beach this summer, just to keep an eye on that box so that we don't have anyone inappropriately stealing items, that there's an expectation that if they use them, they return them at the end of the day. But really, just a tremendous idea, and thank you so much for bringing this idea to our town beach.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. Our next speaker is Frank Ascoli.
I will be back to timing now. Oh, just push the button. Yep, there you go. And just please state your name and address.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Frank Ascoli. I live at 14 Jakes Way, across from the Clock Point pickleball courts. And tonight I would like to address the council on the sport of pickleball. Pickleball, as you know, has engendered a lot of opinion, both pro and con. I'm under the understanding that there are at least one or two proposals in the past that have been presented to you for expansion of Clock Point, and there may even be a proposal that you're considering right now. It's important that you hear not only from proponents of pickleball, but you also have to hear how pickleball has negatively affected members of the town, especially in the residential areas, and especially where I live across the street from the proposed expansion of Clock Road. First, I want to go over the current density of pickleball courts. As you probably well know, there are 5 at Clock Point. There are 4 at Cristoforo Park. There are supposedly 2 at Sprague, but I didn't really see 2. I saw mainly just 5 tennis courts there, but supposedly there's 2 if you look at the website. Ocean State has 8, which are fee-based pickleball courts. But there's one place that I want to make you aware of, and I'm sure you know this already, but it's never come up, at least from what I hear. If you travel from the towers to Clock Road, it is exactly 3 miles. If you travel from the towers to Old Mountain Park, it is 2.6 miles. And how many fields do they have at Old Mountain Park? The website says 11. I counted 10. Okay, so actually we have a density, depending upon how you want to mince the numbers, anywhere from 30 to maybe 28 pickleball courts within a 3-mile radius of the towers. I'll say that again, 27, 28 courts within a 3-mile radius. Now, granted, you have to pay at the Ocean State, but think of all the sports we pay for now. We pay for golf, we pay for bowling, we pay for access to the beach, we pay for sports leagues, any quality sport you're gonna pay for. They are thriving, they're doing very well. It's covered, and as a result, you don't have the noise. Now, I really want to spend time talking about the noise part of it, but I know there's an article coming up tonight, D8, and with the approval of the council, I can either discuss it now or I can wait till D8 comes up. What's your pleasure on that, sir?
Well, your time is just about up anyway, so you'll get
Okay.
another 3 minutes for noise when we talk about the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The next speaker is Councilor Matt Landry.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the council. Attorney Matthew Landry on behalf of Brett Williams, who resides at 110 Clark Road. Mr. Williams is here this evening. I just wanted to bring to the council's attention, I did submit a letter of opposition on Mr. Williams' behalf late last week. It's a couple pages long. It's pretty detailed and goes over the history of the pickleball issue in this project and where we're at. I'd just like to summarize a few points in that letter, and Mr. Williams would like to speak on his own behalf. He's the most immediate abutter to these pickleball courts and most likely to be impacted by this. And as you know, when the council went through a very public DEM grant process, this project received a number of public comments, faced significant public scrutiny, and there was a very transparent public process related to the DEM grant that these pickleball courts were proposed under. Now it seems that suddenly the pickleball issue has been slid in as a line item to the budget and as a new capital improvement project that has ballooned from $500,000 in 2023 to 24 for court resurfacing to, as what Director Kershaw had estimated, an $800,000 project, upwards as much as $1.5 million for the resurfacing of 4 pickleball courts and 2 new pickleball courts. According to the recent DEM submission that was rejected by the state, the town needs to spend another $20,000 to $25,000 before it even gets anywhere to prepare a stormwater report for DEM to review this project. The biggest concern here is the lack of transparency and how this project has proceeded. Most of the neighbors share my client's concerns. There is a well-known and well-documented history of traffic issues, noise issues, parking issues along Clark Road. A number of people have crashed into my client's stone wall as a result. Few people use the overflow parking that is provided to the north or the northwest side of the property in exchange for parking along the grass where these pickleball courts are today. There are sensitive environmental areas here. No traffic report has been prepared. My letter cites a number of ordinance provisions where this project, had it been a private developer, would be subject to much public scrutiny, public opinion and comment through the Planning Board and Zoning Board, and we question whether or not the addition of 2 new pickleball courts is going to implicate the town's own noise ordinance. There's been no noise study done here, and again, we're running up against a number of issues here that need to be further evaluated. So with my time coming up, I would just ask the council to consider the comments that I've detailed in my letter, make it part of the public record, and entertain it for further consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just a reminder to everyone that the first reading on the budget will be at the next meeting. We no longer have a public hearing portion of this budget. While comments are appreciated, just please keep that in mind that the public hearing portion of the budget has concluded. The first reading will be at the next meeting.
The next speaker is Brett Williams.
Thank you. Brett Williams, 110 Clark Road. I'd like to donate to that Eagle Scout for his toys too, by the way, but I'll catch up with you later on that. I've lived on Clark Road for 15 years. I've donated, and thanks to Jim Durkin for asking me to donate to the high school. I think I was one of the top donors, either 1 or 2, not sure. Thank you. I always thank you when I see you, but this is a chance in public to say I appreciate that. It was anonymous until now, but I've donated the 5 different athletic projects in town, and I did that because I didn't think it was fair for the taxpayers to take on the burden of a limited audience, and I consider the high school small, and Little League is pretty small. But the thing that I'm upset about now is this pickle project, I guess we can call it. I don't think it's right to burden the hardworking taxpayers of this town to spend a number that's been thrown around that could flirt with $1 million when you could resurface that court and leave it as is for about $30,000 or $40,000, maybe a little bit more depending on who you hire. So here I'm here to speak against us. It's a special interest group, a very small but loud group that wants to shrink the green space footprint on that property. I think shrinking any green space in this town with all the growth is insane. Quite honestly, to spend $800,000 with a town that says they're going to do the removal of a lot of the debris to try to keep the cost down, it makes me wonder what the taxpayers have spent so far on this project, which I think is a complete waste of money. And having a spectator area clearly indicates that this is going to be a property for tournaments and more activity, and that's not okay. It's been clearly stated that the pickle people only want to play in the mornings, and they don't like to split up their group or adjust their timelines. And this is a taxpayer problem, apparently. Is anyone hearing this? I think it's insane. It's ridiculous. Narragansett has a lot bigger fish to fry, like the wastewater, the freshwater, the Kinney Bungalow, which needs roof repairs, and I believe we lose money as a tax unit every time you rent that out for a wedding. I think there's bigger fish to fry. I look at Clark Road, separate of the pickle project, and there's litter and debris. I pulled a 50-gallon drum full of trash off of just my side of the road on Clark Road. So I think there's other basics and fundamentals we're missing as a government that I think should take a priority over a hobby and a passion. My proposal would be to leave it alone, resurface it as is. I would move the split rail fence closer to the driveway because people are parking on the grass when that should be used for children and not a hobby. And my last concern, Matt touched on it, was safety. I've had 2 cars crash into that stone wall on my front driveway, and somebody's going to get hurt over there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Del Gizo.
Elizabeth Del Gizo, 102 Riverdale Drive. First of all, to the Town Council for Narragansett, according to the website, the 2020 consensus states that 31% of the housing in Narragansett is rentals. So number one, the Town Council should be more in favor of us year-round residents, non-rental residents. We should take more priority than what this town council has been appropriating items. Also, as we all know, the sewer and water situation here in the town of Narragansett. And I know people have been stating that we should have a moratorium on building. Well, no, we don't have to have a moratorium on building, but what we do have to have is that there are no new sewer hookups or water hookups in the town of Narragansett. Now, if you can build on your property with a septic system and you have your own water, then we don't have an objection to it. But right now, this is a top priority, the sewer and the water. Again, your loyalty is to us residents, year-round residents in the town of Narragansett. The other thing is, the town council should be joining in with Portsmouth and the other towns and cities that are against or fighting what's coming down from the state of Rhode Island. But you don't seem to want to do that. Why? Why don't you want to do that? Because you're more interested in rentals and using up the green space that we have and the boundaries, so on and so forth. I guess another question I have, I tried looking this up on the website as far as the planning department and future planning for the town of Narragansett. What do we have in our plans? What are we foreseeing this town to becoming? This town has always been a beach town, and we wanted to keep it as the way it was, not to be getting all this influx that we're getting, and that's because of you changing the zoning and doing all these issues. Again, this is what I have to say. The other thing I want to say, that anyone is listening to this from home, please make sure you vote for
Thank
the
you.
right people.
Thank you.
And you listen to this.
Thank you.
And you come and
Thank you.
voice your opinions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Hanley.
Good evening. Just a couple of quick things tonight. One that's sort of...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hanley. can you
John
just-
Hanley, 10 Wilderness
Thank you.
Drive. Sorry. At the last town council meeting, I guess during the budget hearing, mention was made that the town's litigation costs were down. Of course they were down. I don't see that as surprising when you sold out the town to those very people who had been bringing the lawsuits. You have either changed or refused to enforce any ordinances that might limit the profit of outside investors, all at the residents' expense. It's like telling the police not to issue speeding tickets, then claiming that the evidence shows that there are no speeders in Narragansett. Secondly, I'd like to address the water situation. And this is not the shortages or the sewers tonight, but it's the quality of water we receive at the south end. I have here, I'd like to call it my 3-month notice of violation of the town's water system based on particulates TTHM, and how consistently we get these notices, but we don't have to worry. And I take particular issue with how all this stuff is worded. It says there's a violation every 3 months or more. What should you do? There's nothing you need to do in boldface type. And then, next, in regular type, if you have a compromised immune system, an infant pregnant, or are elderly, there are a lot of elderly in town, you may be at increased risk and should seek advice from your health care provider about this drinking water. What does this mean? Well, according to this, it really doesn't mean too much. And then this is the one that really gets me. What is being has been done. And you got a list of like 10 bullets here, and oh, it looks impressive. Look at all they're doing. You know, when you look at one, it says, wait a minute, the level complies with the regulatory standard. We conducted, in May of 25, we did something. We did something in 2022. In June of 2023, it's all listed right here, June of 2025. You know, we believe this problem will be resolved through the above action. The above action is years old. It's obviously not working. And I just don't understand why there's not more attention paid to this, because this is dangerous stuff. That's why they have limits. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gail Scowcroft. That was the last one that signed up, Alex.
Thank you.
Good evening. I've
Oh,
asked my...
sorry, hold on one
Oh,
second.
sorry, Gail Scowcroft, 19 Prospect Ave.
Thank you.
I've asked myself, what and how much is this town council willing to risk regarding the health of our community, including the health of our infrastructure? You all knew when you took office that we have infrastructure problems. However, you've been laser-focused on passing zoning changes to increase housing density. The planning board advised you not to pass the zoning changes you've passed, and residents have spoken at meeting after meeting against your proposed changes. Yet, You've ignored the professional guidance of our planning board as well as the wishes of your constituents. To illustrate how reckless your zoning changes have been, I will provide 2 concrete examples of the impacts of your actions. 7 Prospect Avenue was recently bought by investors from Massachusetts. They wasted no time in building a 2-bed, 2-bath, 1,200 square foot ADU, a full house by many Narragansett neighborhood standards. They were able to build by right for the houses on a half acre. However, to have a full house in the back of an existing house definitely changes the character of the neighborhood, especially when it doesn't match the architecture. The existing house has 6 bedrooms, and neither the 6-bedroom house nor the ADU will be used to house additional family members so they can age in place, as Ms. McNally has often stated as her reason to support the ADU zoning ordinance. The 6-bedroom house and the 2-bedroom ADU will all be used for rental income by non-resident landlords. 72 Kingstown Road, a 5-bedroom house, has been a full-time Airbnb for years. However, the rental owners, interestingly, list this property as their residence and are registered to vote here, but their mailing address happens to be in East Greenwich. The full-time Narragansett residents who live next door to 72 Kingstown Road have told me the owners have definitely never lived there. In any case, they have an application in to build an ADU. I checked, and the new ADUs for both of these properties will automatically be allowed to tie into our failing sewer system. In fact, all ADUs will get to tie into the existing sewer lines on their properties. Did you factor in the impacts on our sewer and water infrastructure from all these new bedrooms before you passed this zoning change? Knowing what you know, you decided to risk greater stress on our infrastructure and significant changes to our neighborhoods so that investors can increase their rental profits. We now know what and how much you're willing to risk regarding the health of our community and the health of our infrastructure. You should truly, all 5 of you, be ashamed of what you are doing to our community.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Ciliberto?
Catherine Ciliberto, 48 Earls Court. I want to object to the purchase of that 1.6-acre lot on 576 Point Judith Road.
Oh, sorry, just hold on 1 second. Just want to make sure that...
No,
is-
I'm not talking, I'm just objecting to the purchase. That other agenda item is about transfer.
Oh, no, I know about this agenda item. I just want to make sure, is Ms. Ciliberto able to comment on something that hasn't been, or that's still in the works here?
She can talk whatever she knows about. I'm not sure.
Okay,
There's no
that's
no
fine.
privilege.
I just wanted to check. You're all set.
It's been on the agenda that you've authorized Mr. Callahan to engage in a,
Yep.
discussion.
That's fine. You
with the
can
purchase.
continue. I apologize.
So, okay. So I object to the purchase because in the first place, that property was for sale for over a year. Nobody wanted it. And now we're going to end up spending $500,000 for this property, which is going to cost us $1 million because we're going to, put the bond out. I object to that part too. We have money in our cash reserves. We have to use our own money. Bonding is not a good idea because people don't understand that it isn't $500,000, it's $1 million. But anyway, this piece of property for affordable housing, and hopefully it's going to be for families, this isn't the place for it on Point Judith Road, busy Point Judith Road. I don't think it's a good location for affordable housing, especially, since it's going to be family-oriented. I'd like you to, look around. About a month or so ago, there were some properties on the agenda we foreclosed on. So the town owns a number of lots around town. And I think that utilizing those lots are a better idea since we already own them, and it would be scattered site housing. And that's always better for families, is scattered site housing, not sticking them together, like a project. So I really like you to explore that. Since we do own these other properties now, I think that we can build on those, build affordable housing on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Paskowski.
Good evening, Charlene Riley, Paskowski, 16 Cove Road, Narragansett. I'm just curious, I was at the Little League opening day the other day, Saturday, it was fabulous. And I saw four of you, because Brian, you were not there, walk up to 7 Pleasant Ave to look at the ADU. I'm just curious, could each one of you tell me what you thought about it?
We're not going to engage in a back and forth dialogue. This is your time.
That's not the question?
You can ask all your questions. This is your time, but we're not engaging.
I'm asking the question. What
It's
do you think about it?
inappropriate for the council to be engaging in a back and forth during open forum.
Oh, I get it.
The rules
I
are
really
clearly
don't get it,
stipulated.
but, so what am I supposed to do?
You can ask your questions, and we can put it on for a follow-up discussion at a later meeting.
Okay, how about the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
And Alex, just for clarity, the ADU law is a state law. The town can't reject ADUs because they want to. If they meet the requirements, ADUs are allowed.
Thank you. Please don't interrupt. We're in open forum here. I recognize the gentleman in the back who raised their hand before. And as a friendly reminder that the resolution that it was called into question this evening already during open forum was discussed on the agenda at the last meeting. If you would like to reference that discussion, please consider signing up for our newsletter, and then you will be able to see those updates. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Tom Warren, 26 Jakes Way. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on the pickleball issue. I'll probably be the last one. I sent every one of you a letter this past week detailing some of these concerns that we have with this proposed project, aside from the obvious cost of it, the loss of green space, which will take place if you extend 2 more courts. The children's activities that take place over there will be jeopardized. The historical society operations and functions will be compromised. The lack of parking, which already exists, will be more exacerbated because of this. Lack of restrooms. There's only one porta-john there now. If you put more people there, increase the density of this place, you're going to have more restroom facilities. This could generate the need to construct a new building, connect to the sewer system, another costly endeavor. The traffic is going to be another problem. Mr. Williams spoke about that already. Point Judith Road, Clark Road, already a very dangerous intersection. Now Clark Road the whole length. The property where the recreation center is on a curve. It's a dangerous curve. Many times cars drive over that grassy area because they don't know they have to turn. We don't need to have cars parked on Clark Road, but we will. The noise factor, I mean, it's relentless. When they start early in the morning, it's relentless, and I can hear it from one end of my neighborhood to the other. That's the Jakes Way neighborhood. So this is going to be an issue, the noise problem. It's an issue already. The future needs that are going to be coming up. This project has been talked about on and off for years. When I was chairman of the rec board, we were talking about it then. And it's the same problems. They're going to need lighting, we're going to need restrooms, we need staging areas, we need shade, we need this. Before you know it, you're going to have a full-blown operation over there because no one seems to have the ability to say no. I'm telling you, it's no. I must also say to you that in my neighborhood, no one complains about the annual Christmas bazaar that goes on over there. Everybody enjoys it. No one complains about the children playing soccer. No one complains about the children flying kites. No one complains about people walking their dogs. Nobody complains about the historical site. And in fact, most of the people in my neighborhood contribute financially to the well-being of the historical society. So with only 28 seconds left, I'll tell you this. I think what you need to do is to just repair that particular 4 courts. Leave it as it is. Respect the neighbors who live around it, and repair that and let it operate as 4 courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, Sarasota Avenue. Well, happy Rhode Island Independence Day, everybody. 250 years ago today, Rhode Island became the first of the 13 colonies to declare independence from the tyranny from the Brits. What a great thing to be proud of. However, 250 years later, here we are tonight with another tyranny from the State House. The tyranny of the State House is the Speaker of the House who is trying to impose his zoning laws on the entire state of Rhode Island. And what is happening? 12 very brave cities and towns are fighting against it in the aforementioned Portsmouth issue. Narragansett is right at the bottom. For some reason, the 5 of you are not protecting your residents, which should be the town's very first priority. Nobody here comes here to talk about the fact that you should be having more development. In fact, many people talk about the water and sewer, and you all have admitted water and sewer is an issue right now. So with the aging systems that we have, the problems that we have, why do you continue to try to create more of this type of property developments? You should be trying to eliminate home rule rather than allowing Narragansett to create its own view is not a good thing for the Narragansett or for the future of this town. Tomorrow, there is yet another bill that will be introduced at the State House aiming to take further control away from the town of Narragansett and other municipalities and put more control to the state, reducing standards and also increasing more development for the towns. Obviously, the people here tonight stand very much against it, but I don't think that you guys will do anything about it. Obviously, you're lockstep in line with the tyranny of the State House for whatever reason. There are lots of rumors, but no need to go into them. So this bill, even more disturbingly, is being co-sponsored by Representative Craven, who I believe, or maybe not, is our current town zoning solicitor. Although he might not be, because the very last planning board meeting, there was an interim solicitor. So disturbing that you guys won't fight for us, but equally disturbing that our solicitor may or may not be introducing a bill tomorrow that will even further reduce the amount of control that this town has over zoning. Not a good look.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken who wishes to do so for open forum? Yes. Mr. Volpe.
Joe Volpe, 21 Harbor Island Road. So I just want to say I understand some of the frustration with the infrastructure and some of Mrs. Scowcroft's comments about the ADUs. However, we did have those discussions here in these chambers, and there's a myriad of reasons that we all went over where ADUs can be a positive thing. They're not all that large, and there are a lot of positive aspects of them. One of the things this council did was add the 1-year minimum, or make it 1 year only to rent. So that's an example of something where we're trying to find middle ground. I think you have a Herculean task, I think I'm saying that right, to juggle the infrastructure and also find opportunities for families and creative ways to get them here. You know, I understand some of the comments made, I do. I live in this town for close to 40 years. But we also have to acknowledge that we have a bit of a housing crisis, and we need families here. There's thousands of people at Quonset, there's EB, South County Hospital, the hospitality industry in town. 400 Coast Guard families need housing in Middletown, and we're within a half hour. There is a way to build with intention and purpose. It doesn't have to be build, baby, build, and build large homes. And contrary to what is said, not every house built has 5 college students in it. There is a way to do this with intention, systematically. Gentleman just sat down in front of me from the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative. One of the things that they discussed was this pilot program of switching houses from short-term, to year-round. Any opportunity we have to do that, smaller properties, under the floor area ratio, okay, well under the floor area ratio, providing year-round opportunities for families that we desperately need is something that some of these complaints have to acknowledge as well. I understand the infrastructure. I'm not discarding that. But we can't just sit back and do nothing. right? That would be reckless. I feel strongly that there's a way to do this, to collaborate, build with intention, and build to help solve some of the problems with getting families here while also retaining Narragansett's old ways and the nostalgia of Narragansett. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak who hasn't done so already? Alrighty. Thank you. And moving on to a consent agenda portion of the evening. Is there a motion to approve the 2026, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda item C1 as written?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to new business from the town council. Is item D1. Is there a motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading an ordinance, an amendment of Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, by adding Section 7438 entitled Narragansett Fishing Vehicle Parking Permits. Purpose.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilor Durkin, seconded by Councilor Colonies. Discussion. This is the second reading, so no additional changes have been made and no public comment will be taken as it's a second reading. Does anyone on the council have any final thoughts or comments?
This came to our committee, me and Jason from the Ocean Access group, and we met a few different times, and this is the best solution we came up with. And this will allow people who fish for a living and fish for recreation to fish between the hours of 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. With a fishing license tag hanging. If they're from out of state, they pay $60. I would appreciate passage.
I also want to thank the Coastal Access Improvement Committee as well as the steadfast determination of our Narragansett surfcasters who have supported this initiative and was very happy to see the collaborative efforts between the Coastal Access Improvement Committee and parking to really get this over the finish line. I know that there are some members in attendance this evening, so thank you so much for your support and your advocacy. It helps to get this over the finish line. Anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item D2. Is there a motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading a resolution amending the official list of parking restrictions and regulations in the town of Narragansett in accordance with the Narragansett Code of Ordinances to update the restrictions for Conant Avenue and Louise Avenue to include the provision for allowance of parking with a fishing parking permit?
So moved. Second.
Discussion. So again, this is just the resolution that supports and says that what was just passed in item D1 can now be rolled into this, into our ordinances. Any final thoughts? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item D3. Is there a motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading an ordinance in amendment of Chapter 74, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, by adding Section 7439 entitled Residential Parking Program?
So moved. Second.
Discussion. So again, another second reading. Same thing. We had a very lengthy discussion on this, I think very lengthy at the last meeting, and I had aired my concerns regarding the application of this parking permit and the potential abuse of said permit, but hearing the feedback that was provided by our town manager as well as our members of the parking committee, my questions were answered with substance, and I appreciate that. And it was passed at the first reading with a stipulation that we would perform a review in the middle of summer. So really appreciate that. Any other comments, final comments, thoughts from the council?
I think it'd be good to nail down that date, Alex, and
Do you have a proposed date?
first meeting in August.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, you already have that? Well, look at that. Do you have a specific date of that? Is that August 4th? I'm probably, if I get that right, I'll be shocked. 3rd.
Close.
Close. So we will review at August 3rd meeting. Please, Sarah, if you wouldn't mind just reminding us when we go to create that agenda. With that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. New item, is there a motion to schedule an executive session of the town council in accordance with Rhode Island General Laws 42-46-4 and 42-46-5A for the purpose of personnel to conduct a performance evaluation of the Narragansett town manager and to discuss his employment agreement with the town pursuant to 42-46-5A1.
Motion. So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So we've had a privilege of working with our town manager over the last couple of years, and it's time for his review. So this is just the standard scheduling of his review. And I believe we have a date recommended, or maybe we don't. I think the recommended date, did you have a date? August 3rd as well?
August
Would
3rd.
we be able to have an executive session on August 3rd? Is there a recommendation to have it before the meeting or preferred after, or maybe that doesn't work?
I believe I'm available August 3rd.
Okay.
I do want to call attention to a provision of the contract that says the town council will notify me 60 days in advance of their intention before the end of the agreement.
So,
I'm-
I'm
as I
sorry, it's a
stated-
little hard to hear you, so just for a point of clarity, this would be...
My contract goes to September
Yeah.
8th,
Yep.
and the agreement says that the town council should notify me 60 days in advance of their intention.
Okay.
As I stated, I'm available anytime that you folks would like to meet with me.
Well, 60 days before September 8th would bring you to about, I believe, July 8th. So what if we did it the second meeting in July? Would that work okay with everyone? I know that's, huh? Oh, that doesn't work for you?
Meeting in June.
June?
60 days is, I mean, not that whatever. I mean, if you're going to do it legally, I mean,
All right.
Either the second meeting in June or the first in July.
I think that's what Jim is saying. But
I think, well, I mean, under these, would you guys be okay with the first meeting in July then?
Sounds like we have to.
let's do
Yeah.
the 6th.
Okay. So then, what's the date of that? July 6th? Okay. Does that work for you, Mr. Tierney?
It does, thank you.
And is there a preference for you whether or not you'd like the executive session scheduled before or after the meeting? Or we can just discuss the time later?
We can discuss the time later.
Okay. So we will schedule it for July 6th. And I just ask Mr. Tierney if there's anything that comes up, as well as the council, if you know, because that's a very busy holiday weekend prior, if something comes up and people are not able to attend, please do so, provide ample notice so that we can make adjustments.
Does the date in June work, by any chance? The 15th?
That'd be June 20th?
June
June 22nd?
15th.
No, 1, 2, oh, yeah.
June 15th.
I think that's a better time. But
I can't make that meeting personally.
I think we should, let's just keep it July 6th.
June
Because
1st works, too.
that particular, sorry,
June
what?
1st, June 1st works as well.
For the sake of what I ask that the council do, and that's put together, take the month to put together feedback for review. I just ask that you work hard on this review, because I think that the town and our town manager owe that. I would like to keep it July 6th, if that's okay with everyone, because that sounds like the date that consensus works for everyone here. Okay, good. So we'll keep it on July 6th. Thank you. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item D5, bless you. On to item D5, is there a motion to direct the town manager to place signage at the Coastal Resources Management Council CRMC recognized right-of-way located at C12 Foddering Farm Road Extension?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So this is another item I've added on behalf of the Coastal Access Improvement Committee. This is just standard. The CRMC has already done their due diligence to recognize this location. It is the town's responsibility to put up that signage. This is just the formality, directing the town manager to put up the signage that we have. And I believe it's already been ordered, should the town council approve it. Oh, is that low on battery?
Yes, in anticipation of approval, I already ordered the sign from CRMC.
Thank you. Anyone on the council have any questions or comments?
Hey, I'm just confused. Didn't we have a no parking issue there? Is this the same place, Jim, down?
That is, it still is no parking.
So it's no parking, but now we're making it, advertising it as a coastal right-of-way?
It is a right-of-way now, but there's no requirement that vehicles have to go through.
Yeah, right.
This has been actually, I'll have to dig the document up on it. It was, some places are not approved for certain things, and
Yeah.
that was one
okay.
of them, I believe.
Yeah, it's the same place, though. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one, yep.
Yep.
We did,
I'll just make sure I don't park there.
I mean, that's another whole debate that the town, the state, we have a lot of advocacy going for improving parking at coastal access points, but that's a battle for another day. But again, I appreciate this initiative coming out of the Coastal Access Improvement Committee, as well as our town manager's response on this. And I ask for the council's support as well. Any other comments on this? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item D6. Is there a motion to discuss the possibility of creating a committee to review, adopt a spot, and potential additional locations for beautification projects around town?
So moved.
That was moved by Councilor Durkin, seconded by Councilor Vignali. Discussion. So this was an item I put on at the request of a couple of residents in town who love to point out the beautiful flowers and plants that they've got going on in North Kingstown, Newport, and how beautiful all of these flowers are. And it's like, where is this in Narragansett? And are there any beautification project opportunities that we can bring to Narragansett to make Narragansett more appealing to look at? Those were the exact words that were shared. It has been shared with me since that we do have the Conservation Commission in town who works on these projects, as well as the tree board. So I'm really just putting it on as a discussion item and expressing my wishes that the Conservation Commission and the tree board look into beautification projects, as well as if maybe the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee and our Director of Community Development have recommendations on possible public land in the town of Narragansett that we would like to maybe even work with the Narragansett FFA here at the high school, because we've got such a tremendous agri-science program there, and the plant sale, just to make a pitch, I think is this weekend as well. Just looking at opportunities in which we can really provide this, I think, much needed sense of beautification in this town. I don't know if anyone on the council has any comments or that they'd like to share. This is really just a discussion item.
I know we had this like 20 years ago because I participated in one and sponsored one at the end of Knowles Way, and the town was very helpful. The Public Works Department was helpful. So I think we might have some type of program that just might have died off already on the books, but I'm sure the Conservation Commission will get the message, and maybe Community Development will look into it and see if we have something already in place. Because it worked out really the project that we did is used now by the neighborhood for kayaks. They have a kayak rack. They have a little walkway down to the beach, and they have a treed lawn area. We actually ripped up the asphalt at the end of Knowles Way and planted loom and stuff, and it came out really nice. And it's still maintained by the neighborhood, so there's a lot of other places that could be the same. So I think just having this up here, Alex, I think that's a great idea, and maybe this new thing that we have on the website, we can advertise it that Donna came up with. And,
Awesome.
yep.
Thank you.
Yep. I do like the idea of, let's say a beautification committee. I know that responsibility falls to some of the boards and commissions as it is, but maybe having a board and commission that is purposefully driven for beautification. We can have people come to them. It can be collaborative. They can work amongst the other boards and commissions, utilizing their experience as well. For example, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I was touring the Port of Galilee, and the port director mentioned that there's an individual who lives on Great Island who, takes time out of his day, goes and plants flowers along the port, his version of beautification. I don't know the individual's name, but the port director wanted him recognized. This sounds like a perfect commission for him, or someone like that, where they could go and give back to the town in an official capacity so that they don't have to remain nameless. And we can credit them with all their efforts. So,
Thank you.
I'd support it.
So this is just a discussion of the possibility of creating a committee. This is not going to be a vote on creating a committee. If we do create a committee, we'll do so at a later time. But I do like that this sparks the conversation to get any avid Aggie out there in our community to want to volunteer their time and efforts. Go ahead.
Just a question. A review to a committee to review Adopt a Spot. Is Adopt a Spot an actual program that is in place? Like every time I've seen it, it's like a business is sponsored a spot. So I love this idea. I love it. Is the committee going to look for places that people can adopt? Is that basically what we're trying to do here? I'm just curious.
Jim, I think it was run by the state. It was like funded, like I thought through the state, and then maybe trickled to the towns. Like
Ours is the Con Commission, and I believe Alex has some of the paperwork, but Jill is available to break it down completely. And then Coastal Improvement Access Committee also got involved with the rights of way. And there is a little confusion among people on CRMC rights of way, adopt a spot on state roads, adopt a spot on town property.
So I guess my question would be, when the committee's formed to review Adopt a Spot, so then we determine where those places are. Does the committee stay in place and then figure out who's going to adopt a spot, or does Adopt a Spot then take over? And that's what I was just curious. I wasn't sure about that.
I actually thought, since we've been on the council, we approved an Adopt a Spot to some group.
Well, I know we talked about, down in Galilee, that we talked about, beautifying and putting plants and doing things a little bit more down there. I remember talking about that, but I don't remember it being affiliated with Adopt a Spot, which may be an excellent thing for something like that we want to do. So, excuse me, I was just curious how it would work.
I'm going to ask Jill to step up.
I think it's a great idea.
And I'll ask Jill to step up and go over some of the documents.
Thank
with
you.
a nice, concise, brief description of the programs.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, so Adopt a Spot is a legitimate program here in the town of Narragansett. It has its own website, so you can actually go, you can see the application, you can see a sample and how we work with, if it's in a CRMC designated area, how we work with CRMC with a memorandum of understanding. We do have a list, which should have been provided you at some point, and Councilman Durkin, you are correct. You have approved an Adopt a Spot. We have a list of all of the active adopted spots, spots that have been vetted and determined either unsuitable or to be continued. I'm happy to provide that list to you through Mr. Tierney if you're interested in that. And there is a little bit of confusion, as Mr. Tierney said, because the state of Rhode Island, CRMC, has a separate program called Adopt and Access Program. So you may recall that one as well. The Coastal Access Improvement Committee has been working through that Adopt and Access, which is also the one you just discussed a couple minutes ago, Site C12. So that's a CRMC access point, but not a town-designated adopt-a-spot.
Thank you. It does look like there's, oh, sorry. It does look like there's 11, at least, properties that that are indicated as not yet vetted. I was just curious as to why there would be a delay for it having not yet been vetted. Is there a direction or something that we could do to support those locations?
Just by saying it right now, we can
Oh, okay.
actually ask the Conservation Commission. And sometimes we don't have adoptees. We have spots and we vet them, but maybe we don't have anyone to take them on.
Right.
It should be noted as well that some of our adopt-a-spot locations are not, they're not all coastal access locations. We do have adoptees right now that take care of the Crooked Brook Trail, the Hazard Avenue Trail, the one that comes off of Westmoreland. So they don't have to be. And the beautification project could easily be brought into that if that's what this, if that's what the council would like.
And
That'd be great. Thank you.
if memory serves me right, when I was on the land trust, I don't know, it must have been 5, 6 years ago, somebody went through the land trust to get an adopt-a-spot on a trail, and then we advocated for that on the trust to come before the council. Do you remember that?
I do know that there is a member of the land trust who has an adopt-a-spot on the trail, yes.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions for Ms. Sabo? Thank you so
Great.
much for that
Thank you.
information. So I don't think a vote is going to be necessary at this juncture, but I think we discussed it. I think we got the word out there. Does anyone in the public have any comments for beautification? We'll start right here, and then we'll go to Dr. Alba.
Hi, Council. Shirley Freitag, 60 South River Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of Narrow River Preservation Association. We have started a program called Every Yard Counts, and as a result, the point being that we're in the watershed itself. Every yard that surrounds the watershed, the care and upkeep of it affects what happens with the river. So we have applied and received an initial grant so far for some plant material, and I've been in discussions with Michelle and Joe Harvey, Michelle Kershaw and Joe Harvey from Parks and Rec, and we're looking at developing native pollinator plant gardens to show the community what can be done with native plant materials that are much more tolerant of the weather conditions that we have today, use less water, provide beautification and pollinator resources. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. We're just putting our little toe in the water, if you will, on that, but expect to take that to the next step. So
Excellent.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Alba?
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So yes, I'm all into beautification, and when I went on one trail, I saw that there was some kind of posting said that this is opposite Narragansett Beach, near the Canaccia, near the museum entrance there. There's a trail in there, and it shows the good work that the Boys Club put together in maintaining. I think it would be a good idea, a suggestion. We have the custodians. They're constantly cleaning up throughout Narragansett and South County. So, and I think it would be good to give them some kind of credit to, or give individuals like that. It could be the Boys Club, the Girls Club, could be the Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts, the custodians, to see if any of these, individuals who want to volunteer. I mean, in Narragansett, we have I guess it's called the Farmers, students who are exploring.
FFA?
FFA, right. So basically, give them give them a hand and give them the opportunity to maybe adopt a spot and take care of it. And also, in these areas, when I do traveling around the United States, when I've traveled down south and whatnot, they have like a little plaque put up saying, you know, this area is being maintained by, you know, troop number 5, or by the Boy Scouts, or whatever it might be, or the YMCA, whatever philanthropic organization, or the Narragansett Lions Club. So it's another avenue where people don't have to literally, you know, put out monies necessarily and spend monies every year, but, you know, they could add to it if they need to, but just cleaning, maintaining the trails or the floral arrangements or whatever it might be, that's a consideration, because you know, even the town might even be able to purchase plants for these people, because the labor is what's most intensive. I mean, you could go to Home Depot and you probably get some plants much reasonable, but if you hire a landscaper to do this job, it's going to cost, you know, you're going to have to pay him by the hour, you know, and it could be quite pricey. So, in this here, you're also giving recognition to these volunteer agencies, such as the custodians and whatnot, who are doing good work. Like I said, the Narragansett Lions, we have the Elks Club, all these philanthropic organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think.
Hi, once again, Charlene Riley Paskowski, 16 Cove Road, Narragansett. I just wanted to let you know, Ryan, that the man's name who takes care of Great Island is Rick Hedison. I've got the information for him. He does a great job. He's been doing it for several years, all on his own expense. And he's a master gardener from URI, by the way. So would you like me to give this to Mr. Tierney?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind,
Sure.
pick that up after. Thank you so much for sharing that. Oops. Anyone else? Mr. Hanley.
John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. So I will say this is great stuff, and I think everybody is for this type of thing. But at the same time, I wish the town could sort of take a look at private properties, like the former Tommy's D's Diner. That whole section in there is decrepit. And far worse than that is the former Charlie O's. I mean, go by there. It's an eyesore. It's being used as a halfway house for prefab houses. And there has to be something the town can do to beautify those two areas. Thank you.
Great idea. Thank you. Anyone else? Alrighty. Again, really appreciate the commentary and feedback on this. I'm very excited to see it come to fruition, and hopefully this inspires some members within our community, as well as some of the information that's been shared this evening will lead to some beautification projects actually being seen this year as opposed to the next, but you know, hopefully we'll see the trend continue as well. And we will not be taking a vote on it, as we are not creating any official committee at this time. On to item D7. Is that okay with you, Sarah? We're good? Okay. On to item D7. Is there a motion to approve a resolution reaffirming the Narragansett Town Council's support of the dredging project at the mouth of Narrow River, and reaffirming the town's commitment to seeking funding with local, state, and federal agencies?
So move.
Second.
Discussion. So, been really appreciative of the town's push. It's been a long time coming. There's been at least a couple of town councils that have worked on this initiative, and you know, very excited to see this. We're there, folks. The time is now. The town council, I asked the town council to reaffirm their support for the dredging project and really put some pressure on the remaining agencies that need to approve, as well as our federal and state representatives, so that we can seek funding, because folks, this does not pay for itself as much as we would like it to. but we really need that money. We need that funding. If anyone who might be listening at home has deep pockets and would like to donate to this project, please reach out to us. This is a very important project. It's been spearheaded by many members in our community. As you know, we got members here, President, Mr. Colombo, the Narrow River Preservation Association, Coastal Access Improvement Committee, representatives from CRMC, members of the town. There's been a lot of push on this, and I really feel like we are there. And this is really just the final resolution to get the funding for this project and to reaffirm our town's support for this much-needed project. Does anyone on the council have anything they'd like to add? Or maybe I've exhausted the comments on this.
This is a project that needs to happen. We need to rebuild the dunes down towards the Narrow River end. We need to open up the river mouth and, hopefully try to establish a replenishment source for the beach itself. There's some exposed metal and rocks over by Surfer's End that need to be covered up. And I think if this moves forward, again, we can have a self-sustaining, replenishing stock of sand year over year.
Anyone else?
This is just a project that has been talked about and talked about and talked about, and we are so close right now, and it's just such a great feeling. So I think this is an excellent thing that we do to just reaffirm our commitment, and hopefully we're going to see this through to the end.
And again, I echo again, it's been a few councils. I think it started with former council president Jesse Pugh's council, maybe before that. I apologize if my timelines are off. But there's been at least 2 councils prior to getting it to where we are today, and we're seeing finally all of the efforts early on and now present really get this over the finish line. So this is an opportunity for the town to celebrate this and really work together to get this over the finish line. So with that, Ms. Celeberto, we'll start with you.
Catherine Celeberto, 48 Earls Court. It's all well and good to pass resolutions, but we're not really showing any kind of commitment that we're willing to participate. And I think we should start a fund and start putting some money in it toward this project. Now, this $800,000 for pickleball courts, because we have a pickleball posse in this town, I know you people don't know about this, but it's been formed a few years ago. I mean, 800 grand, think about this. There's money in the budget that could be set aside for this project. And I think that if we start a fund, we're showing commitment that we want to participate instead of just asking the state for money. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Celeberto, I actually brought that very same idea up during the second budget hearing, the idea of setting up a dredge fund for the town, but it was shared at that time that we really need to get the licensing over, and if such an opportunity should come up, we do have the opportunity to create said fund. And it's already been discussed by, to a great length by our Director of Finance as well as our town manager, the topic of dredging. So the topic has been discussed and considered for the budget as well. I misrepresent anything?
No. The town has requested funding through the congressional directed spending and the project grants through Representative Magazzini's office, Senator Reed's, Senator Whitehouse. As recently as Friday, I discussed it further with Senator Reed himself and a representative from Senator Whitehouse's office. We have the CRMC okay for the permit. The DEM permit is in hand, and we await the Army Corps of Engineer permit. Once those are in, that's when we will move forward with an RFP, and the vendors will submit, and then we will work with private-public partnerships. We'll work on the grants and work on the neighboring communities in the state. We'll have an actual plan in hand that's been approved, and we will have an actual dollar amount that's approved.
Thank you. And I know we get a lot of feedback as to what can residents do to voice their support for this project. You've actually done a tremendous job in voicing your support. That's why we got it to where we've gotten it to today. But please continue to advocate on behalf of the town of Narragansett. You reach out to your federal and state delegation asking and reinforcing the necessity for funding this project. You don't have to reach out to us. I think at great length, every member on this council and the feedback that's been provided by this town is there's unanimous support for this dredging project. We really just need to get the funds to support this project. So that would be my ask. Is anyone else? Yes.
Good evening, David Kusachani, 100 Secluded Drive. I want to speak to D7. Thank you very much, all of you, for addressing this, and maybe some people in back of me as well. The Narragansett Surfcasters certainly support this because we fish down in that area, and I know the Narragansett Coastal Access Committee does as well. I'm sure many of the residents of this great community and that use the beach and that fish down in that area or boat in that area will greatly appreciate it. I did speak to some individuals Sunday. Senator Reed had a breakfast out in Cranston, and many Democrats were there, had the opportunity to address this. So hopefully, with everybody who's pushing for it, it'll go. You know, it takes a village. Thank you very much for everything you've done so far.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll start with Tony. Mr. Colombo.
Good evening. I think...
Oh, can you just provide your address?
You got to push a button? No.
Oh, no, you're good. You just need your address.
All right. I really, really, really appreciate all your work. But I've been involved with this project. Jimmy, you can probably remember when Grover Fugate was around. I was fortunate enough to be asked to be a participant because obviously we are on the river. Matatuxet's on the river. We got the biggest marina, the biggest mults. But I was very fortunate to be part of that program. And I have to tell you, you were right. Jesse Pugh was involved with this the first time, as Mr. Tierney. And I organized the walkthrough, if you will, after the first storm closed up the mouth. Unfortunately, it's been lax with the people, not so much in this town, but the state, obviously. We have not had any acknowledgement for this river. Close up the river, what does Narragansett have? Don't forget, you mentioned it, Alex, Jim's mentioned it many times, that there are South Kingston, North Kingston, and us. We have good partners. They're all willing. Why? Because you're doing all the work. You are doing all the work. It got passed at the end of last council's thing, but I have to say, in all, obviously, you know a lot of meetings we go to, you are pushing it, and I have to thank you from the bottom of my grandson's heart. It'll be there when it's done. It's going to be done the correct way, because I have to tell you something, not only because we're very good friends, but, excuse my language, but my contact on Jim's phone is pain in the ass. I'm on him like you can't imagine, and he's doing an excellent, excellent job to getting us where we are today. And Alex, you said we're so close. I don't know how much closer we can get, but our only glitch, okay, and goes back 40 years, is the Army Corps of Engineers. They have to be pressured in the correct way. They're a federal agency, and you know how the federal government works. Is it this important? Not so important. We have other things that are important. Let's push those through. We need, like you said, our congressional people to start hammering these guys, get that permit to Jim, get it ready, and then, as he told you earlier, it'll all be put into place, and it can get done. It can get done. I've gone as far as, again, this is not with any approval of the town manager or you. I took this upon myself to do these meetings with everyone, but I've also contacted several of the largest contractors, and I think you all know that this is a mechanical dig. This is not a pump. This is a mechanical dig, excavators and trucks. And I contacted the two of the largest, walked them down there twice, and when Jim gets the RFPs, those are the people you want. Those are the guys that have been down there, put their heart into this to say, I want to do this project. Why do you want to do this project? Because you're going to be known as the people who cleared up Narrow River and put out the sand on the beach in Narragansett. So I want to thank you again very much. Keep up the hard work, and it'll go. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alba?
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So I know we've been circling around this issue for a while. Many town councils, from Jesse Pugh on down. We had Carol Hagan McAtee, representative, go down there with Sheldon Whitehouse and take the walk. They made the front page of the Journal, Projo. I'm all into the dredging and supporting of it. However, like this gentleman just mentioned earlier, when you go down Middle Bridge Road, you have all those beautiful houses benefiting from Narrow River. So their real estate, and even in North Kingstown, are benefiting. So we really should reach out to these towns to work collectively so we don't have to do all the heavy lifting ourselves. One of the things I find in Narragansett, and not only Narragansett, but in other cities and towns throughout the state, is that if you're a one-man show, it's difficult. But when you form a consortium and you work collectively, you can work to conquer mountains. I've also done research on the Army Corps. So they actually, believe it or not, do some of the work, they could do possibly some of the work for the town. So I don't know, the logistics in regards to reaching out to them, but they do. If any of you can do this on your own or ChatGPT, does the Army Corps of Engineers actually provide this at no cost, federal funds? So we should also, I know we want their approval, but more than even asking their approval, let's see if they can actually fund some of this, or a good percentage of it. If it's really worthy and they really think it's of value to maintain, well, that's their job, Army Corps of Engineers. And we also need to make sure that we're going to do it right. As you all know, we do have climate change. It's not going to go away. We could have wind turbines on every inch of Rhode Island. Our state is the size of a pea in comparison to the world geography. But the point is, climate change is going to be here. We're going to get more and more severe storms. There's no question about that. It's not a matter of, are we going to? It is, yes, we are going to. So on that note, whoever we hire out, we need to somehow see if they can put up some type of structuring which was going to mitigate, so we're not going to have to do this every year or every 2 years. When I walk down the Dunes Club and I see this other house which is right on the water, they have these huge pilings going in now, because they want to prevent, they want to safeguard their areas. So we have to look at safeguarding too. I don't want to throw money down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, thank you. I'm Veronica Bronski, 12 Lakeside Drive, Narragansett, and I'm also the president of Narrow River Preservation Association. So NRPA, we are the Rhode Island Rivers Council state designated watershed council for Narrow River. So that means that we are really interested in everything affecting the river and the watershed. And we have been around since 1970, so we have seen a lot in the river. We have seen many, many times when issues have come up about dredging. I will admit that these past couple of years, the storms that we've seen have been more severe than we've seen in the past. And there really is the need for the dredging. And as you know, I was up at the CRMC meeting that you two were up at. We've made that first hurdle. We've got the CMC permit, which is also part of the DM permit. We're making progress like we have never before, so that's great. And I just want to say that NRPA, we are in fully support of what you know. We've been with you the whole way. If there's anything we can do to help out, and I just want to also make a point that the plan that is in place for the dredging. Remember that, one, there needs to be monitoring, and there needs to be a plan for future dredging, because storms are going to keep happening, and this is not a one-shot deal. You all know that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I'm just reiterating that so there has to be a plan, and that is in the plan that was approved by MC, that within a year it has to be approved. So I just want to say again, if there's any way that we can help you out, I'm here. Also, Shirley's here, who's our executive coordinator. We've been in touch with you. Keep us in touch, and we'll work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do want to thank the NRPA for your education and educational resources that you continue to provide, and advocacy that you work within the community. I've attended some of your events, and not only have they been very welcoming, but they've been very educational, and I highly recommend everyone attend our Narrow River Preservation Association event, because you learn a lot. It's not just a river out here. It's a vital resource for our state, our community, and surrounding towns. So really appreciate the work that you guys do, and definitely will invite you back to a future meeting, probably for a showcase, maybe another educational opportunity that you can provide the community.
Sure, and might as well make the pitch since you brought it up. June 6th, it's a Saturday, we will have our What Lives in the River at Middlebridge. This is a chance for you all to come and see what lives in the river. We have seine nets and dip nets, and then we bring things into clear boxes that you can go take a look at. So you can see what's there and what we're protecting with the dredging and the work that we're doing there. So look on our website, narrowriver.org, for more information. Okay.
And that was June 6th?
June 6th, it's a
Thank
Saturday,
you.
yep.
And just so you know, my children have been to What Lives in the
Yeah,
River
bring your
twice.
kids.
They
Bring
love
your
it.
kids,
It's
bring your kids.
fantastic.
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah.
should go to it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Anyone else? Okay, what I will...
I'd like to just say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this council, since we were all, grouped together, that was one of our campaign promises to, follow through on this. And, we've worked diligently, and so has the town manager. And, like the lady said, we were up there at the Coastal Resources Management Council meeting a couple weeks ago. And we actually learned a little something there at that meeting, because I always saying to myself, like, how come Charleston Breachway got fixed so fast, And when I asked the question, a lady gave a very good explanation. It was all about preparation for the big storm, and they had their things in order. And, so as soon as that breachway got clogged up, they were able to hit the ball running, So I think this idea, Alex, that you have about a dredging fund, or a tri-town committee of people and, benefactors and stuff, is what we have to do right after this starts, or start it now, actually, because it's going to happen again. It's going to keep happening, and it's going to get worse probably. So maybe a more timed solution is cheaper than trying to raise money all at one time to fix what you could have done you know, over time. So we're actually, I don't want to say names, but there's 3 of us going down to Washington next week to shake hands and to work on this. This is one of our, you know, major things that we're doing, and we'll continue to do until it's done, so.
The other thing I'd add to, and thank you for articulating that, is that, you know, this has been a long time coming. It needs to happen. There's been, you know, some comments shared about, you know, we want to make sure it's done right. I think the number of years that have been allocated to the review of this project through the approval process of the permits, I think this is definitely going to be done right. And, you know, it's been shared on more than one occasion. This is only phase 1 of the project. You really need to get the ball rolling, show good faith effort and initiative from the town side to then showcase to neighboring communities, state, federal agencies that, hey, we're serious about this, and then hopefully the ball is rolling after that, and then people will want to contribute and chip in. I do greatly appreciate the added support for a dredging fund. I do think that's something that we really need to do. It is, as it's been shared already, as part of the approval of the permit that CRMC has provided, that the town has a plan in place so that it's not just a one and done. You know, every year, season after that, there's going to be a plan in place, ideally, so that these added expenses don't just keep accruing every year. We need to have a plan in place so that it's more manageable moving forward, so that way that big hurricane that comes doesn't just fully block the mouth of the river. And then the other thing I'll add is, in all of the research that I've done, I don't believe the Army Corps of Engineers has ever provided funding for any project, and they do need to provide approval for this project. It's not a want, it's a need. It is required as part of the approval process. That is the last stage before we can really send out an RFP and put shovels into the ground. So we're really there, folks. So again, really appreciate the support and the feedback that's been provided this evening, as well as the feedback that's been shared on the council. Any final words? I think you guys have heard enough from me. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Whoops. On to item D8. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 22, Article 3, entitled Noise?
So moved.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Vignali. Discussion. So this is, again, an item that Councilor Torialde and I are co-sponsoring. We've had a workshop on this. We've had, I think, at least 1 or 2 council sessions where we've discussed the necessity of improving the noise ordinance so that it can be enforceable, better enforced in town. There was a collaborative effort to review the language in here by residents in the town, as well as the chief of police, our town manager, and even now there's a late added language that is going to be recommended to be included. But after a discussion with our town chief of police, it's actually been recommended to remove, let me just pull up the language because I do not have it in front of me, to remove the distance that's been described at a distance of 100 feet. I believe it is section 2249.5 at a distance of 100 feet from its source. And the reason being is that we don't want to limit or restrict based on how it's written. I wanted to make sure that it was still going to be an enforceable ordinance, that that the police weren't going to get an overwhelming amount of noise complaints that weren't warranted. But this allows there to be flexibility for the police when they show up to respond to a noise violation, that they don't have to get out and measure the specific distance of 100 feet. Because the way it's written, they would be required to measure said distance. So this is just a request to just have that removed, and it still keeps the rest of the language in there as proposed. And the additional recommendation would be to add on section 2257 in the noise ordinance. It's not advertised here, but we are able to discuss it as part of the noise ordinance. The recommendation from the chief would be to add under 2257, which is implementation, administration, and enforcement of the article. Again, the goal here is to improve the enforcement of the noise ordinance here, folks, so we want to make sure that we're providing said language so that they can enforce this ordinance. So the recommended added language would be under 2257, section C. It would be number 6, and it would say, investigate any complaint of noise as defined in this chapter and cite accordingly the person, business, or entity deemed the cause of said noise. So, again, really appreciate the additional added language to basically be able to enforce the recommended updates that we're proposing here. And I support these recommended amendments, and we will be taking a vote on amending this before we approve the final first reading. But with that, do you guys have any comments on those two specific updates? Yeah, so the first amendment would be to remove from section 2249.5, added the language, in quotes, at a distance of 100 feet from its source, and the feedback provided by the chief as well as some town administrators is that because of the way it's written, there's concern about having to get out and measure 100 feet for it to be enforceable. This just allows there to be, any instance pretty much to be enforceable from that point. And the second being under section 2257, the language is not here in front of you, but we have the ability to add it into the noise ordinance. Recommended by the chief is under 2257, section C. We would add number 6, and the language would be investigate any complaint of noise as defined in this chapter and cite accordingly the person, business, or entity deemed the cause of said noise. So again, this just improves the enforcement of the ordinance based on noise. Does anyone have any comments to those recommended changes that were shared by our chief?
So I read this, and I appreciate all of these changes, actually. I thought you guys did a good job. But now, that 100 feet was, I thought, a good idea. And I thought that was like reasonable to see that, considering certain properties that come to mind and, that, but.
Just as a point of clarity for you to visualize what 100 feet is.
I know.
It's like literally just across the street.
Right, yeah.
So by removing the 100 feet specific language, the feedback provided is that you wouldn't have to measure said distance, you'd just be able to report.
What if you just put approximately 100 feet, and then you wouldn't have to be like pigeonholed to 100 feet?
Well, I don't understand I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand the point of adding in approximately 100 feet when the goal here is just to make the ordinance enforceable for all.
So if your neighbor's having a party and you go 1 foot from the property line, that's where you measure the decibels. Whereas if it, it's pretty close to someone's property, that's all. I mean, you can go right up to someone's property and then call the police and just say, hey, their music's too loud. So the 100 feet, I thought, was like a buffer, that made sense to me. Like you got a commercial zone and you got a residential zone. and there's a buffer, and it could be approximately 100 feet. I don't know. If the chief thinks that that needs to be changed, I'm okay with that, because I want them to be able to enforce it just as much as you do.
Chief, would you mind just addressing this question? Because it's a reasonable question, because I know that you and I had a discussion about wanting to make this as enforceable as possible. But Councilor Durkin brings up a point, at least from the perspective where it's going to be measurable from. So I just want to make sure that we're understanding correctly how it will be measured from an approximate location if we remove that language.
Well, every case would be different.
Right.
Would depend if it's, coming from a car or a business or a house.
So I guess my question would be is, with the removal of approximate 100 feet minimum, how would you go about addressing the circumstances of said noise complaints based on the language? Because again, the goal here is to be as specific as possible, so we can better enforce these.
I think it leaves the interpretation easier for police, for us to respond. And in discussing Mr. Durkin's, the response that we have for a party, a house party, is very clearly stated in section 46, which is totally different.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And just for defense or prosecution purposes, what if the noise is within 100 feet? Say it's 10 feet or 20 feet. That could be a defense to that noise complaint. You don't really want that either.
Okay.
You wouldn't think that, practically speaking, but technically someone might make that argument.
That's a good point. Thank you. Does anyone else? Sorry.
I like the idea of the laughing and singing removed.
Right. Well, I knew you would, so it doesn't mean that the noise ordinance will not be able to be applied to that. I left it purposely vague so that you wouldn't have to see it, and it's pretty much the same language as it was there originally, but I have removed it by your request.
So I think I brought this up the last time, and it's just something that maybe the chief could talk about. This is a townwide ordinance, and I'm just concerned that because of the situation with college kids and renters and residents, I'm just concerned that if you have a situation where someone is having a dispute with their neighbor, and they're going to use this noise ordinance every time something happens. So I had just said this the last time, and it's just something I just would like you to consider. A summons shall not be issued unless at least 2 formal complaints have been received from separate households. So basically, if the same person is complaining about their neighbor constantly, if there is actually a problem within that home and something is happening there, that it would come from 2 people within the neighborhood. I like that idea. It's just something I just wanted to throw out there.
Would you like to respond to that, or would you like the council?
Every situation's different. I mean, sometimes there's noise complaints that the police don't respond to, that the building department responds to, like noise, a loud air conditioner or a loud pool filter. In cases like that, you're probably not going to get 2 complainants.
Right. So that was actually going to be my question too, is that, and I appreciate the idea, the part, and I know you had recommended that to be included. My question on that was, I know there's actually regarding, punishments, and if you violate the noise ordinance, there's like a whole language set up that we're not addressing necessarily at this juncture, but we can still talk about it. But again, my concern was, everyone has different sensitivities to hearing, and I just don't want to, negate one individual's complaint on noise if somebody else might be hard of hearing already or deaf. We have no idea. So that would be just a little bit challenging in that situation. But I do appreciate that question, and I appreciate the chief's inclusion of being proposed in 2257-6. Does anyone else have any response to what Councilor Vignali is proposing?
How do you deal with, Chief, how do you deal with the person who calls up continuously and you send out your men and women, and there is you find no, crime or no violation of the noise ordinance, and it's a continuous, it's almost like harassment. How do you handle that in some way?
Yeah, we would classify that as unfounded, and we usually send a community police division up to a neighbor's house to try and mediate. And the building inspector's office also has mediated a bunch of complaints for us, once again, in regards to a loud air conditioner or a loud pool filter.
Okay.
Anyone else have anything that they'd like to ask the chief or respond to Councilor Vignali's proposed updates?
I think, Donna, with regards to the two corroborated individuals, let's trust the chief on this, and that there are different instances. Each case is different, and that there could be different departmental agencies responding to it. So I'd take the chief's judgment on this.
Anyone else on the council have any questions for the chief or comments on the proposed changes? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, guys, and thank you
Really
for your help.
appreciate it.
Appreciate your help.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience? We'll start with Dr. Alba, and we'll move our way around.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So we all know where Ground Zero is in Narragansett. We've had many issues at the Boone Street Market. And when we were talking about their license, we said, well, they can continue, I guess, with the, with the band or whatever it might be, till I guess 10 p.m. I think it was 10 p.m. that was stated. I recommended 9. People say, well, why don't you go live in a nursing home? It has nothing to do with living in a nursing home. It has to do with maintaining peace and quiet in a neighborhood. So we have the Boone Street Market, which morphs, it has sound and whatnot, and and concerns. And my question is, we put limitations. They said, okay, we got to put buffers. We got to do this. We have to do that. And basically, it's like nothing's really worked, season after season. So what happens now when they say, well, you guys allowed us to, continue till 10? In fact, I think this ordinance goes in, what time does it start? 10? Up at 10? It's enacted at 10 p.m., I believe?
Yeah, the noise, the time, let me just pause it for a second. The noise, the time that's being proposed is in line with the language. It's codifying the language that's already in there.
Right.
So again, this is
but
an
what-
applicable noise
Right.
ordinance, not to one specific street,
Yeah,
but the entire
right,
town.
But 10 p.m. seems on the late side to me. And, the thing is, these people were there before Boone Street Market. And I know how it's zoned. It's not commercial, it's mixed use. But I was here many town council meetings. I've heard that outcry. It doesn't affect me, because I don't go out, not much of a partier. I don't go in the Boone Street area at night. But I hear neighbors reaching out to me. They complain. And I want you guys to listen to that complaint. And I know we're putting this in place, but the thing is, and then there was a 10-second limit. I said, what's 10-second limit? I mean, someone could have a gun and shoot the gun off a couple of times, or M80s to a couple of times. That could scare the heck out of people. So I don't really understand the 10-second limit. Sound is sound. Noise is noise. It's going to wake you up in the middle of the night, stop a baby crying. We had a resident whose husband had cancer. She was crying her eyes out. Well, not literally, but yeah, almost. She was so upset for her poor husband. Just wanted peace. So these are the things that you're going to have to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll respond to the, yeah, I just muted myself. Say that everyone benefits when I mute myself. You don't have to hear me talk. Dr. Alba, in regards to the measurable amount of time, that was not only something that was thought a lot about, it was proposed by residents in this town, as well as discussed with our chief of police and town administrators. In regards to enforcement, currently, there is no measurable amount, so it's left very vague. By putting in a measurable amount of time and putting in the clear language of continuation, you can measure said sound, and if they do go beyond the 10-second limit, they can then be cited for that. However, if you have no ability to measure any portion of time, it's very difficult to enforce any noise ordinance. But you've already had your opportunity to speak, Dr. Alba. I can't have you come up again. I just wanted to respond because you asked the questions. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I went out of order, but that's okay. Sorry about that.
Carolyn Petroselli, Rockland Street. I was just thinking well, first of all, I appreciate that this is being discussed because I think it's long overdue. And I think that this has also been used or applied in some other communities. Have we checked in with, like, Newport, I think it's doing this? So we have some places that we can go to get maybe answers and how they've tweaked it and how it may work for us. But I was thinking in general, like, with our properties now becoming closer and closer to each other, with the setbacks being reduced, and when we say 100 feet, that might completely eliminate your home that sits next to a property that maybe is 10 feet away, 20 feet away, but yet your bedroom is right there, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning and you want sleep or something. And I just don't know how we're going to deal with that when we are you know, our R10 zones are now able to have all these accessory dwellings and additions and whatnot. That, and the other thing I was thinking about the complaints, when you think that perhaps there could be a residential neighborhood, and I think of Eastward Look as one example of it, where a lot of the properties around your house are all rentals, and you're the one lone resident that lives there, yet they're requiring 2 or more to call in a complaint. There may not be anyone else. There also may be people that don't rent their homes in the winter but live in Florida or live in other places, and their home is empty, but yet the onus is on you. You're the one that needs to, you know, suffer because there's nobody else that's going to complain. So I hope that you know, take that into consideration, and I see you, Alex, nodding and taking notes, and I appreciate that because it can become a real issue. And I think it's going to get worse with the fact that we're being squeezed out as residents, and more of these properties are becoming businesses run by investors who don't live here, and even if you wanted to contact that investor, you don't even have their number. I heard one person actually say to me that when she got the number of the owner, called him at 1 o'clock in the morning, he said, "How dare you call me and wake me up?" That's pretty interesting. Anyway, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Frank Ascoli, 14 Jakes Way. If you measure at 100 feet, Clock Point pickleball would be shut down, according to this ordinance. 65 decibels with a rider in there that if it's continuous, constant, high-pitched, mono frequency.
Excuse me, could you lower the mic, please? It's not getting picked up online, that's all.
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that better? Is that better?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Some of our taller residents.
It's okay. So I was saying, if you measure at 100 feet, Clock Point pickleball would be shut down. 65 decibels with the additional rider that if it's continuous, it's constant, it's at a certain frequency, that can even be mitigated by another 5 decibels, bringing it down to about 60 decibels. You will probably find through research that at even 300 feet, pickleball comes very, very close to that. It is noise pollution, it is a nuisance, and I believe that, however, we can find some compromise here and that we can all live together. Look at what's happening North Smithfield, North Kingston, Newport. I believe there's even some litigation because of the noise complaints. The constant ping, ping, pop, 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 all hours of the day, starting at 7 a.m., will drive anyone nuts. This is like a dump truck at a construction project, backing up constantly, all day, 5 days a week, 7 days a week, all summer. You know, you have to balance the quality of life for the people that enjoy the sport with the quality of life that the people who have to live next to it. And I'm only saying that because, again, as I mentioned earlier on this evening, do not expand Clark Point pickleball. Let's leave well enough alone. I listen to it, I hear it. If I try to tune it out, I can do that. That's me. I'm about maybe 400 feet away. Leave it alone. It's working. Don't add any more, because you will open up a can of noise worms, and you're going to put the town in a real pickle. Excuse the pun. One more thing I want to mention, too, is that if you look at property values around pickleball courts where people have complained about the noise, you will begin to sink those property values. It's real, and it's happening, and it's reported by realtors. Nobody wants to live next to a pickleball court. I think a lot of towns, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, they're rethinking their rush to add additional pickleball courts. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we have 27, minimally at least 27 courts within a 3-mile radius. We are over pickled already.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
I just want to make something clear.
Are you going to make a pickle reference?
Yeah, pickle and pickled.
Okay.
I just want to make it clear to the people that spoke that my comment on the 100 feet was related more to where there's a business zone next to a residential zone, not in general, but that was all I was talking about, so.
Right, I also know that the chief had provided feedback during the work session that we had, that there are, there's different language involved in another part of the ordinance that deals specifically with neighborhoods. So, again, I appreciate, there's a lot of people to thank who spearheaded bringing this noise ordinance to fruition. Some of the members are here this evening, and I really appreciate your advocacy, your helping in proposing these amendments, and we wanted to really work on the enforcement of this ordinance. I think that's what council should be doing, is working to improve ordinances that are having a great deal of struggle being enforced. Councilor Torialde, I appreciate your collaboration on this as well. Are there any final words that you'd like to say? And then we have to vote on the amended version first.
This has been discussed at length, and it's been a long road, but I'm glad we're in a place that we're seemingly happy with. So let's put this to a vote.
Thank you. And I hope the council recognizes, as well as residents and the chief, that the amended version here is a compromise version. This is evidence that when you work collaboratively between residents and different town agencies, that you can come up with a compromise, and that's what's being proposed here. So with that, we will first vote on amendments that I have developed a consensus on, Is there a motion to approve the amendments to be added for consideration to remove the specific language of at a distance of 100 feet from its source from section 2249.5, and the addition of the language under 2257 subsection C6 to investigate any complaint of noise as defined in this chapter and cite accordingly the person, business, or entity deemed the cause of said noise?
Move the motion.
Second.
Any discussion? I think we've done that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And now on the amended version of the noise ordinance, is there now a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept this now new version of the first reading? I'm sorry, I'm misreading my own language. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading this amended ordinance of Chapter 22, Article 3, entitled Noise?
So moved.
Second.
Any final thoughts? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Awesome. Thank you so much. And now on to item D9. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading possible amendments to Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 8, entitled Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative Trust, which would establish funding sources for the trust?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. And I believe this is Counselor Durkin. Is this yours?
I think it's me and you.
It could be both of ours. I've talked enough, I think, this evening. Would you like to give a soundbite on this? I know we have representatives here, so would you like to invite them up to give a soundbite on this?
I think
if they would oblige. Okay. Welcome. I believe our chairperson, Nick Edwards, is here. And thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I know I've rambled a lot this evening, and a lot of patience has been built, so
no problem.
Appreciate
the
you being
opportunity.
here.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. For the record, Nick Edwards, 36 Crest Avenue, Narragansett, and I am the chair of the Narragansett Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative. So you're going to hear potentially many reasons why you shouldn't do this tonight, but I'm going to tell you why we should. To paint the picture and to circle us back from, believe it or not, 20 years, February 27th, 2006 was when the Affordable Housing Trust was created by the Narragansett Town Council. We have never, ever in 20 years been funded, and now's the time that we have to do this. It's not only equitable to do this, but we have to remember the crisis that we're facing in this town and across the state and even across the entire country. So again, just a reminder, since 2006, there's been no funding to the Affordable Housing Trust, and my focus tonight is on equity. So we've narrowed this down to 3 potential buckets, so to speak. The first one that we think is, certainly an easy lift of this council tonight or in the future is an annual allotment of $50,000 per year into the trust, replicating exactly what has been done for other, very important, by the way, committees in this town that I support the work of strongly, the Land Trust and the Towers Committee. They do great work with their annual allocation, and we certainly can do the same. So we hope that's something that you'll keep in mind. I don't think 50,000 is a huge lift, particularly we have a lot of time to make up from. We've never been funded in 20 years, and I think it's a good start, 50,000. I'd push for more, but we'll start 50,000. I think that's a good number where we can do a lot of things. And look, we can continue our programs that we've been working on so hard at work at for 5 years. Again, for 5 years, we have been following the recommendations of the Crane Report. I think one thing in Narragansett we can all agree on is the Crane Report is a terrific document. Pro-housing, anti-housing, you name it. I run into people in this community who are totally in support of the Crane Report. And this is one of their core recommendations, is to identify funding mechanisms throughout for the trust. And, look, just for the record as well, that Crane Report has been completed now for about 3 years, 4 years maybe. We've achieved almost every single one of their recommendations, and this is our final one tonight, is to ask for the funding of the Affordable Housing Trust. So that's number one, and stop me at any time if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. The second bucket of funding we've potentially identified here, and with your support we can pull off, is allocating approximately 38% of the town's portion of the real estate conveyance tax. This was recently amended by the General Assembly. And previously, just again to paint the picture, the town's portion of this conveyance tax collected was $1.10 for every $500 worth of real estate transfer. That increased, as I think we all know, on October 1, 2025 to $1.80 per $500. This is a potential, and I credit my Vice Chairman, Cliff Tyler, who was submitted written testimony as well, who couldn't be here tonight. This is a proposed 64 increase in revenue for the town of Narragansett. So just for reference, and I won't go on too long, I want to be conscious of your time, it's late and everyone's working hard. For instance, the town of South Kingstown currently allocates 77% of the collected real estate conveyance tax to their affordable housing trust. The other 23% goes to the general fund. This is great work. I commend the entire South Kingstown Town Council and their town manager, Jim Manny, for their work on this. It is steadfast. And based on town manager Manny's report, the 2026 to 2032 proposed capital improvement plan, the opening balance before they enacted this of the SK Affordable Housing Trust, as of July 1, 2025, again, these are approximate based on the last check, was $490,000, which is great. They've been funding their trust for quite some time. The projected fund ending balance for 2032 is approximately $3.4 million. Of course, assuming no expenditures, which South Kingstown's working very, very hard on affordable housing, so they certainly will. And finally, the last item I'll mention tonight is allocating 50% of the town's portion of the collected Rhode Island hotel tax revenue to the Affordable Housing Trust. 50% may sound bold, but I think, with the short-term rentals, all the hotels, with our robust tourism season in Narragansett, that's vital to economic development, I get that. But I think 50% is a good number because as of January 1, 2026, the local hotel tax, changed from 1% to 2%, doubled. That now applies again to all short-term rentals as of 30 days or less. So this is really low-hanging fruit. We've been hard at work again for 5 years looking at every which way to bring affordable housing to Narragansett. We've created the programs. We've purchased some property thanks to this council's support in the last couple of years. So we just finally, the bottom line is we need a consistent revenue stream to support the programs and initiatives that this committee has worked so hard on, well beyond when any of us will be members of the committee. But we hope we're looking ahead to the future. We need long-term solutions. This is not something that's going to be solved overnight. I think we've learned that. But this is exactly, these three buckets are great proposals, and this is how exactly together we can build a viable and sustainable program to make an impact for families, seniors, everyone across Narragansett. Let's just face it, the housing crisis is affecting everybody. I think everyone in this room, if they had to raise their hand, could think of a son, a grandson, a granddaughter, a niece, a nephew, you name it, who cannot afford to live or stay in the town that they grew up in. So anyway, I will yield my time back, but thanks so much for your consideration of this. You've been a tremendous support to our committee, and again, let's work together to follow the recommendations of the Crane Report, and I sincerely hope you can pass this on behalf of the residents of Narragansett tonight, and I'm happy to entertain any questions if you have them.
Thank you, and really appreciate your very thorough overview of the proposed recommendations here, and for your sentiments that you shared. I do know that the $50,000 is something that's already come up during the budget work sessions and the public hearing, so thank you again for proposing that here as well. I don't know if anyone has any specific questions or comments on here. I do know that there was one possible consideration of updating language from shall to may when it comes to, I'm trying to find the specific spot that was shared in the proposal. Jim, do you happen to know? I know it was shared to us in a late email.
Section 2, I know you asked to call on Jim.
Oh,
I'll
thank
save
you.
him time. Section 2-184, the town council shall annually budget a minimum of $50,000 to be deposited into the trust.
Thank you.
Thanks, sorry.
So there was a proposition of potentially updating the shall to may, just for legal purposes. I wasn't sure. I know that there's a reason why shall was included. Just wondering if anyone has any questions or comments on this part of the proposed amendments to the language being shared here. I know it's very specific, but
Yeah, Nick, how did you come to 50% of the hotel tax being apportioned to HTC?
So we want it to be as, fair and as reasonable as possible. This is something we've been talking about for a long time in the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative. And, based on the projected revenues that this is going to bring the town of Narragansett, we thought it was a fair, trade-off, especially because we have a lot of time to make up on, and again, I fully support the Land Trust and the Towers Committee, but they've been funded for a very, very long time, and we have 20-plus years to catch up on here in terms of funding. And just with that said, Councilman, I think housing is the #1 issue right now in Narragansett. I'm all for open space. We're very fortunate to have a great land trust who's working hard to preserve and protect our beloved land and town, but 50% we thought is a large number, but we, again, have a lot of time to make up from.
Okay. I remember last year we had worked to pass enabling legislation for the real estate transfer tax. Do you have anything further on that? Why wasn't this included? I realized that things got a little screwy at the State House last year with regards to its implementation for us, but wanted to get your thoughts there.
Yeah, so I don't have a update at this time, but what we have perceived in discussions with our committee and with the Land Trust as well, we meet with the liaison of the Land Trust, is we think it's too late at this point in time to get that introduced up at the State House, and there wasn't a huge appetite of support for that particular ordinance within our committee and based on what we saw last year at the state level as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
anyone else on the council have any questions or comments?
So I would like to begin by addressing the shall and may. I think as a council, and I know as a council member, housing is extremely important. That's basically what I campaigned on. It means a lot to me that the affordable housing is guaranteed their $50,000 each year, just like the towers and it just split my mind. The towers, land trust, thank you. I think keeping the word shall will guarantee that it's part of the budget long-term. It will not be something that may be given on any particular year. It will be always included if we keep the word shall there, and so I strongly support that, and I would like to see that remain as is. The 38%, I think, is a fair number based on some of the numbers. I do have to say I have a little bit of a hard time with the 50%, mainly because I don't even think we know what the figure is yet. That would be 50% of what? I think the funds coming in from the hotel tax is a great resource for the town to look at other projects. I mean, we need, we need to look at projects like our senior centers, and we need to look at different areas that we could make some improvements and do things like the skate park, and having a fund with those resources in there that we could pull from when something like that comes up, I think is really important. So that one I have a little bit of a hard time with, but the other two I support.
So I will echo what Donna says. I think shall and may should, shall should be there. I have no problem with the 38%. We actually already talked about that in the workshop. So that this 50% is new to me. And I agree with Donna. I feel like with this new influx of all this money, and it should be a significant amount of money, is what I'm thinking from hotels and rentals. I would love to see that go into a capital account where they can get pulled as we see capital needs coming forward. And I do agree with that.
A capital fund that could go towards infrastructure?
Infrastructure, parks, housing, just in general. You know.
I don't want to take time away from you guys, but it sounds like from at least you two, we don't necessarily want to proceed with 50%. Do you think we could come to a figure that might be a little more amenable? I'd be in the range of 20 to 25, personally.
So, am I the only one that's not spoke? So I feel strongly that it should be shall, because it's a strong word. I don't know why we'd be calling it may, but anyway. And then I'm okay with the transfer tax. I think that was one of the legislative wishes for towns and cities to expand their affordable housing. I participated in 2006 in the last project, and we ended up with 40 units over on Clark Road, and it's been a really big success. And if we could do that again, that would be great. And the only way we're going to do it is with money. So I really don't want to, I know how hard the town staff works to allocate their funds. I've read what they, forwarded to us today. So, I mean, if we have to agree to 25 cents, 25% to get this through, you guys feel like that's fair? I'm okay with that, and I think that'll really kickstart something for the future. It's a nice, it's kind of a good way of making sense of the tax on the short-term rentals. So everybody complains about them, and then, but this is what they can create, and maybe we can get some benefit from it.
I appreciate, we're going to have to develop a consensus, guys, obviously, before opening it up to the residents for comment. And then make sure that your minds have not changed since public comment. But, I appreciate it. It seems like there's a consensus that's been built on keeping shall as opposed to may. The percentage that's been proposed, the 50%, I'm curious, Nick, if you're able to provide a soundbite as to where that percentage specifically came from. I know Cliff actually gave us a pretty good overview, and the struggle here is that we're right at the beginning of this, so we have no idea. We're only, and Chris has provided a really good figure for us to look at, and it does seem like 50% is a really large figure, especially on a quarterly basis. So just, do you have any comment as to where that 50% came from?
I do, and thanks, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak. But I think our number one consensus that we reached amongst the committee was the point of we have 20 years to make up lost time, right? Housing is the number one issue. We're extremely lucky in Narragansett to have the robust economic development and tourism throughout the summer and fall season. Again, we're getting creative. That was the recommendation of the Crane report, and this was, again, a huge recommendation from Crane, was to look into the generating revenue from the short-term rentals. So I think 50%, yes, it is high. I recognize that, and we're open to, an amendment or something slightly lower to that. But I think, again, just to drive the point home, we were trying to make up for lost time based on, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. It sounds like you do from the finance team here, but with that in mind, based on some internal projections that we've heard amongst the committee, is these numbers are quite high, what they're projected to bring into the town of Narragansett. So again, just looking to make up for lost time, but we're certainly here and ready, willing, and able to negotiate and take what we can get to help the residents of the town for affordable housing.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
So I just wanted to reiterate this a little bit. I'm not interested in not doing that. I think you already have two very valid and good strategies, so I do like that. I just feel like when we have all this new money coming in, I certainly don't want to see it just to go into the general revenue fund, right? And I want to see it go to places that make sense. And I think that building funds and then figuring out what to do with them makes a lot more sense to me, especially we don't know how much is coming in. And that's just kind of my thoughts on it, just so you know.
and with that, I came into this ready to support 50%. I would not support as low as 25%. I would prefer to support at least 30%, if you guys would be amenable to 30% as opposed to 25. That would just be my general feedback. I think we've already got the consensus on the shall versus the may. We're going to keep it as shall, but I would rather amend it to 30% as opposed to 25%.
30's fine with me.
Okay. Does anyone else have any? We're just developing a consensus here. If you'd prefer 25, if the three of you would prefer 25, we keep it at 25 as amended.
I feel like if I'm going to put something in, I would rather just go 25 at that point.
Okay. So we have 2 for 30, 1 for 25.
Still 25.
Okay. Councilor Vignali deciding.
I would like to know, do we have any estimate of how much money we're talking, 25% of what or 30% of what? I mean, it's just so hard to randomly say, okay, 25% of we don't know, 30% of we don't know. So I just, I mean, it's very difficult to do that. To me, it seems that maybe we need to look at the amount coming in and then say, okay, you know what, we think this amount, 25 or 30% of this money should, because I support affordable housing, and I'm not saying that they should not be entitled to some of this money. I absolutely believe they should. However, to just arbitrarily pick a number, to me, is just a very difficult thing for me to do. So 25, 30, I would prefer to know what we're talking about as far as even an estimate. And I know we don't know that right at the moment, so I think it's very hard for me to make a decision.
Is that something that the town staff has an estimate of, Mr. President?
In the description at least provided, it was more so just some general figures as to the possible loss in revenue and just the allocation of funds and just comments about, specific language being proposed. I know Mr. Tierney is conversing at the moment, but what I would ask is if our finance director or Mr. Tierney would like to provide a soundbite on here in regards to figure. They may not have a specific figure readily available, but Mr. Tierney, do you have any recommendations as to how to approach this from the town side, or if our finance director would like to contribute?
I do, if you could just give me a moment.
Yep. Okay. What I will add while they are conversing, Councilor Vignali, is I know and I understand and appreciate the feedback that you're providing, because I think there's probably a number of residents who share the same sentiments as you. I would just add that I think that that's one of the reasons why you guys are working on a conservative percentage, is because we don't necessarily know, and just a reminder that a percentage can be allocated here, it can be amended as well. So I think it's a really good push, but I think it's also a reasonable compromise that's being proposed here, and knowing that this is an initiative that really is well overdue. We're behind as a town, and I know you're just looking for the rationalization behind the percentage, and I think that's very important to do. And I think that the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative has done a substantial amount of work and time invested into this. So, and I know that they've been looking at numbers in South Kingstown as well. They've actually been, as of late, contributing 77% of their collected real estate conveyance tax deposited into their affordable housing trust over there in South Kingstown. So, again, this is just information that gets shared by members of that committee, but I know that our manager was conversing, so any updates over here?
Yes, most of the information was contained in the notifications to the council based on what was originally proposed from the audited fiscal year 24, would be fiscal year 25. The 38% of the conveyance, between the conveyance, the 38% and the 50% of the hotel tax, be $665,000. and then you add the 50, and bring it up to 715. That was based on those numbers from fiscal year '25. And one of the items that was forwarded to, as a reminder from the finance director, the state has phased out other forms of funding to municipalities, including the municipal vehicle tax, personal property tangible tax. It was the exemption was increased to $50,000. There's been an act to phase out local meal and beverage tax over several years, and an act that would place a cap of 20% on increases in consecutive revaluations of real property. Those are some serious considerations that we're worried about. I mean, we've gone to the 4% on the tax levy over several years, and the cost usually are coming close to exceeding the increase, and we're keeping up with it. So we just wanted the council to understand exactly what the funding was based on the numbers from fiscal '25 using the 38% and the 50%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate that. So with that, I still support the 30, you support the 30, the two down here support 25. And I know this is annoying, but we really do need a actual direction from you, Councilor Vignali. Otherwise, we have to move forward with it as proposed at 50%.
Okay, one more thing, and then I'll give you my decision.
Okay.
So, based on what we do know, do you think it would be worthy of us to just, and I'm sorry, but just to hold off one more meeting, and maybe we could figure out that maybe 38%, maybe we want to give 50% instead of 38%, and take away a little bit less from the hotel tax, since we don't know what the hotel tax conveys, what it's going to be. I'm just wondering if we should just maybe play around with the numbers a little bit. I do think we need to make a substantial amount to this fund. There's no question in my mind. I agree with everything you just said, President Menzies, about the work that they've done. I support them. I'm just curious if maybe we should just look at the numbers just a little bit before we commit to something that we really don't know. I just have a hard time committing to something that I don't know what the final number is going to be.
Well, I do know the budget is...
Could I interrupt just for 1 minute?
Yep.
Okay.
You know, we had prepared those numbers, Chris had prepared those numbers for that fiscal year, and she has been working on the breakdown, and it is in pencil form at the moment, and she'd be glad to go up and present what she has right now.
Oh, readily available.
It's an estimate. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards, if you wouldn't mind just taking a brief break. Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. So penciled numbers of every estimate based on the 38% conveyance for fiscal year '25. There was about 581,000 collected. That would be about 220,737. Very estimate. That's all we can do right now. But the hotel tax, with the increase of the additional 1%, the state sent us the estimate of $889,905. That's the new number with the additional 1%. So the year we're in now was 432,000. Next year, in next year's budget, we're talking about on the 20th is 889,000. That's the number that you're talking about, 50%.
50% of that, or that is 50%?
50% of 889,000.
Thank you.
Okay. 50% is already in the budget. I mean the 50,000. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. So with that, I'll circle back to Councilor Vignali. I know that was a point of clarity that
Thank you. No, thank you very much for that information. I mean, based on those numbers, I mean, it's a substantial amount of money. I can definitely agree to 25%.
Okay. Thank you.
I would, to Councilor Vignali, to your earlier point, I don't think it's a bad idea to necessarily continue this or table this to a future meeting, just to kind of rejigger the numbers a little bit. That way we're not just I picked 25 before arbitrarily. We're dealing with a substantial sum here, and I think it would be good to take a little more time to review with finance, and come to a more agreeable number.
I don't disagree with that. I thought that was a good idea to continue it.
All right, well, there's a general consensus to continue this. I would prefer, I mean, there's no point of me commenting at this point because a consensus has been made. I would have liked to have moved forward with the 25%, but the consensus is there to continue it. And with that, I do want to be respectful of anyone. Yes, Mr. Edwards, if you'd like to respond first.
I just want to say one more thing, and thank you to Christine for providing us with that information. And look, we appreciate your support. You've reached a consensus, but I just want to make this inherently clear. Facts are facts. We get that. Time is of the essence here with the budget season, and I get it. Facts are facts, but we face immense pushback. And that's all I'm going to say. We face a lot of pushback. I get facts are facts, but please, please don't let this get lost in the shuffle. I said it in the beginning. You're going to hear every reason as to why we shouldn't do this. But as you just heard, these numbers are pretty large, and based on some of the estimates that I've heard, they're even larger. So there's prime opportunity here. And again, I wholeheartedly appreciate your support. And, with that said, I just hope this gets addressed sooner rather than later, because we face this pushback every single time we try to do anything. Remember the bond? Thanks so much.
Thank you. And it's a good point, actually, that Mr. Edwards brings up, is that the timing of this agenda item is a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading. Now, the second reading of this would be right in time, in line with the first reading of our budget. And my concern here is if this were delayed, then, it wouldn't be rolled into and considered fairly into this next budget season.
No, and I can understand that, and I think when I said I was willing to go 25, I am still willing to go 25, and I think it's a start. I think it's a good beginning, and I'm willing to do that this evening and just pass it on. I feel comfortable now that I know the number, and so, we could take the vote on whether to table it or not.
Well, the other thing I would add, too, is that we can have a consensus on 25 if that's what we want to do, and between now and the second reading, the financials can be written out, and if this council does not like the number, that number can be amended at the second reading.
So that gives us some time to look at the numbers, and I would prefer to do that at this point, but.
So I'll change my vote to 25.
Okay, but is the consensus to still move, to continue or to move forward with a vote? To continue? And not just pass the first reading? I just want to make sure we're very clear on this.
Okay, wait, I'm not sure what you're asking me then.
Because if we
can
pass the
pass the
first
first
reading this
reading.
evening, you can still, with a
Yes,
number,
that's what
you
I
can
believe we
amend
should do.
that number at the
Correct.
second reading.
Correct. That's what I
But if you
believe.
continue it this evening, it still has to be reconsidered for a first.
No, I think we should pass it for the first reading, which still gives us time to look at it
Okay.
for the second reading, so that we can do
Council
it in a
President,
timely manner.
just one point. If you do amend it a second reading, it would require a third reading.
Okay.
If we amend it.
If it does get amended, it would require a third. Okay, thank you for that clarity. So is there a consensus to at least consider moving forward with the vote still? Okay. So with that, I'll turn it over to the residents. Anyone wish? Yes, I'll start over here.
Thank you again for giving me an opportunity to speak. David Kusajani, 100 Secluded Drive. First, I wanted to thank you all for passing the parking passes. I know I'm off topic for a second here. And that'll help out a lot, especially since we maintain many of those areas to go fishing late at night. And we just did a huge cleanup post-Earth Day as well in the community. Now I want to address the motion that you have at hand. I want to say thank you for considering this, and I am in support of it. It's a pragmatic idea that addresses a local issue that has become very divisive across our whole country, affordable housing. But you're trying to find some middle ground on this. And I think during open discussion today, someone actually mentioned that. You know, you're looking at it in a moderate way, and that's good. This affordable housing issue is not going away. It's being hammered at the state level and at the federal level. And we appreciate you trying to do anything you can. I want to close also by saying that, with that said, I'm in support of it. But I'm also concerned, as some residents have brought up, the impact moving forward down this road as we put more housing into the town. You know, how is that going to affect our infrastructure? So we're definitely going to have to address that down the road, whether it's this council or the next one. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just a soundbite on the infrastructure, it's a great point. It's been shared and discussed, and it is part of the budget for the upcoming year to invest in our sewer and wastewater infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks again.
I believe Ms. Alberto. There
48
you go.
Earls Court, okay. Last year, the budget was 73 million. This year, it's 77 million. And I'm just wondering how you propose to fill that gap. Are our taxes going to be raised again? I remember I went to the workshop, the affordable housing workshop, and all these numbers were thrown around, and I said, everybody's going to want a piece of that pie. Every department, and that's exactly what's happened, and that's why our budget is 77 million, okay? So now we have a $4 million gap, all right? And of course, you know how I feel about the bond. I think the bond should be used for construction only. We built a house 20 years ago, it was $200 a square foot. What the heck is it now? We need that $3 million to build, and we shouldn't be spending it for other things. I don't feel that we have a housing crisis in this town. We have a misuse of the housing that we have now. We have a misuse of the single-family houses. We have 20 to 30% of the single-family houses being used as student summer rentals. Those are supposed to be for families. You set a finite number on the number of houses that can be used for student rentals and a finite number on the ones that can be used for short-term rentals, and the housing crisis will go away, because you'll free up at least 1,000 houses, okay, which people will either rent year-round or they'll sell them. What the heck? And the prices will go down, and I know people hate that. You know, they're so worried. You know, everybody's house rich now. You know, they look at their assessment, they think they're a millionaire or whatever, and it's just paper. That's all it is. Okay. So here's the other thing that concerns me. The hotel tax, I know what that was, 400,000. We're going to get 800,000. We need this to fill the gap. Okay, the gap from last year to this year. What I find really odd is that no one suggested that the rental registration fee be raised. We have 2,417 units that are rentals. I have a list. There's like about 2,000 addresses, but of course next to a lot of the addresses are multiple units. If you add them all up, it comes to 2,417. If we raise the rental registration fee to $750, and remember now, a 3-bedroom house can generate like 50 grand a year. We will come up with $1,812,000, okay, as opposed to the $265,000 we are collecting now. If we raise the rental registration fee to $750, we can waive the fee on all of the subsidized housing. Right now, Southwinds, Beechwood, and all that, they pay $110 per unit to register. It's crazy. They're subsidized, and yet they're paying a rental registration fee. So when you factor all of that down, we'd end up with about $1 million more. And all of that could go into the housing trust, all of it. And I think this is ridiculous, you know, and I understand nobody wants to go to that, you know, rental registration, but that's the best way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't remember who started this conversation. Dr. Elby, you haven't come up yet for this, right? Thank you. I'm just trying to remember who's spoken. It's a long evening here. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to be fair to everyone.
Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. Mrs. Celeberto has a lot of key points, and I think we really should consider this. You know, we talk about a conveyance tax, but we have, you know, a yearly registration fee for these houses that are being rented out, and even some of these houses that morphed into hotels or rooming houses. In fact, they should even be charged an additional fee because they have some 20-plus bedrooms. So in regards to wear and tear on our sewage system and our water supply, which Mr. Durkin says we're going to be putting a water restriction and it was approved by the town. So if you have a 20-bedroom rooming house, that's doing a lot more, you know what, into our wastewater treatment center. It's a lot more taxing, pardon the pun, but taxing on our water supply and our wastewater treatment. So we need to basically have these people who are making, you know, hundreds of thousands upon tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. They can well afford it. They can well afford it. And I am for all affordable housing, young man. But the thing is, we also got to consider this. You know, and I had conversations with Mr. DeSimone. He goes, well, you know, the state only requires 25% of a new development to be affordable. So 75% is not. You know, we talked about Clark Road. So Clark Road, somehow we were able to get the entire area of Clark Road, that whole development. So we got to look, if we get biggest bang for the buck, I don't want us to be appropriating monies to a piece of land and call it affordable housing when only 25% is going to be used for affordable. To me, that's not a good deal. And I also voted for the bond because I support affordable housing. But then, you know, when you vote for something, you figure it's going to be appropriated for affordable housing. So then the town said, well, we're going to use this here for, you know, loans, you know, for these houses for people who want to do repairs. That wasn't the original game plan. So I don't know why you guys changed that, and I still don't feel the justification for that, but that's another story. But in any event, I think we should increase the registration fee, and we also need to make sure that those houses that are being rented out are being registered. Because there are people out there who tell me they got neighbors out there that have their property which are being rented out and they're not registered. So we need to have a task force, some kind of checks and balances, because if we don't, then people are going to try to skirt around the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Lawler. Oh, sorry. Nope. Okay.
Elizabeth Delgizo, 102 Riverdale. I agree with both Ms. Celeberto and Al in the comments that they had to make. We have to remember here in the town of Narragansett that there are priorities. And I think affordable housing, what he would like to do is, but not the way the bond issue is being handled. And number two, we have other deficits. What about the pension fund that needs to be funded? Does anybody care about that? And of course, we have the sewer, and we don't know where we're going to get our water from. We've got to look at priorities. Do we need to spend $600,000 on resurfacing pickleball courts? Do we need to, you know what I'm saying. You got to seriously think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawler.
Jill Lawler, Sarasota Avenue, and Elizabeth, I'd be happy to sign your nomination papers. Donna, I agree with you. Tonight, it's just way too soon to do this. If you don't have the numbers, 38% of what number for the real estate conveyance tax, 50% of the hotel, and another $50,000. At first, we started off by saying it was about 700. After Christine came up, it moved to 900. Saying $900,000 a year for an ad hoc committee is a lot of money. And Nick, I totally agree, we need to have affordable housing. But to compare Narragansett to South Kingstown, you just can't do it. They have a lot of land that can be built upon. Let's take a look at what our $3 million bond has done so far for affordable housing. It's done nothing yet, right? Because we can't find land that we can build upon. That's the big problem here. And to add on to what Catherine said about the money from rental registration, part of the short-term rental program that the last council put together actually had that money from the rental registration fee increased and taking a portion of it to go right into affordable housing. I agree, there's just too many things here, the pension, infrastructure, and as Mr. Brady constantly reminds us, infrastructure is just not the sewer and the water, it's also the pipes underneath it. So there are so many things that we need to do. Affordable housing is certainly important, but we need to prioritize. And when you can take money from the short-term rentals and take that tax and put it right back into affordable housing, that's what we need to do. That is what is really messing with our housing inventory, the amount of investors we have here using our town as a 401k plan.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, okay. I don't disagree, actually, with some of the sentiments that have been shared in regards to, and this is not for a discussion at this moment, but I do agree that there are issues that are facing our town. And again, you know, I would appreciate if anyone has the sole answer as to how to create more affordable housing and affordable housing properties to just wave a magic wand and to create it in this town and abroad. But the reality is that this is an issue facing our town. It's not only facing our town, it's facing our state, it's facing our country as a whole. And there aren't going to be any perfect answers that are put out there. You know, the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, the initiatives that have been shared and voted on by previous councils, these are actions that are being taken to address affordable housing. And I appreciate and applaud past councils' initiatives and attempts to create more affordable housing options. The reality is no two people in this room are going to agree on 100% on any initiative that supports affordable housing. Everyone who gets up here can say, we support affordable housing and support affordable housing initiatives. But what does affordable housing look like? What do these affordable housing initiatives look like? I guarantee every single person in this room has a different definition of what affordable housing looks like. This is a plea that I've made at the state level. I said, you know, you do a lot of pitching of and explaining these different initiatives that you want to see the state of Rhode Island do in regards to create more affordable housing around the state. But what does that look like? What does a model of affordable housing look like in Narragansett as opposed to South Kingstown or Newport or Providence or Pawtucket? And I promise you, it doesn't look the same. But the initiatives, the goal statewide remains the same. I appreciate, again, and applaud the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, who has provided this council with at least 10 different options that were very thoroughly vetted and discussed at work sessions about how the affordable housing bond might be spent. And yes, the bond has been discussed to actually build more affordable housing properties. I appreciate the sentiments that have been shared. I agree that affordable housing units should be built. In fact, it is this council who supported, for the first time since 2002, the actual creation of more affordable housing to actually be built in this town. And what I will add is that, again, there's that bond that was created, the $3 million bond. It's not going to solve all of our problems in this town. The specifics were clear that it would be to support affordable housing initiatives. The direction went to the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, who vetted very thoroughly those different ways in which we can support affordable housing initiatives. And I actually think there are a lot of people in this room who would actually support those initiatives that were shared, because this council collectively came to a consensus that we would like to work to disincentivize short-term rental property buying out, because it's a lucrative business, and it was supported by the Crane Report, supported by the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative, that we should invest in more year-round rentals, if at all possible, and they've proposed ways in which we can do that. And this council has vocally supported those very initiatives. Now, we're looking at what's being proposed from the Affordable Housing Trust Collaborative. This is a consensus. This is something that has been in the works for quite some time, it sounds like. And I, again, appreciate the responses. And again, a lot of the feedback that's been provided this evening, we're not going to solve in this one particular ordinance. However, I will say I am open to considering, and maybe I'm the only one up here, but I'm open to looking at the rental registration fee being increased as well. I think it was a really great idea. Any ways in which, you know, I support all members within our community, but I too support disincentivizing short-term rentals whenever possible, legally, however way we can do it. So if this is just one additional way in which we can generate some revenue out of it, I'm absolutely in favor of that. So I appreciate the recommendation that was shared. But back to this amendment, I'm in agreement with what's been proposed and the 25% that you've mentioned, but I don't know if anyone else has any final comments that they'd like to add.
So I have a question for Mr. Tierney, and I guess, so my whole main concern is just we had plenty of workshops on a lot of different things. This 50% thing came out of, I hadn't heard about this before, so it's the first time I'm hearing about it, right? Mr. Tierney, this money, this new money coming in, this is not in the new budget, is it already?
During the last meeting, the council had a consensus. We included the 50,000 appropriation, which will be going into the, I'll do one at a time if you don't mind. Thank you. The 50,000, after the last meeting, we identified it wasn't in the initial budget. The council, by consensus, asked us to include it, and it'll be included in the first reading of the budget on the 18th of May. This is not in the budget.
Yeah, so I guess my question, no, it's the hotel tax. Has that been considered for any part of this budget, or is it not spent yet?
It goes into the general fund. It's a
I can
component
see our
of our funding.
Director of Finance nodding her head, I believe.
We projected in there, yeah.
Okay. That changes things.
Okay. Anyone else on the council have any final questions, comments?
Just been doing some rough maths here. At the 25% and, you know, assuming 900K, this would be 225K allocated base, plus the 50K, plus the additional 38%. So we'd be north of, you know, 275K there. Down at 20%, be base 180K, plus 38%, plus the 50K. All this to say, I'd be close, you know, to amend this, I would be closer in the 10 to 12% range. I realize that there's ground to be made up, but I don't think we can apportion this much right out the gate.
Does anyone have any comments or thoughts on Councilor Torrielli is proposing, based on his rough math and the figures that have been provided by our town finance director and town manager, that he would amend his original proposal from 25% down to 10 to 12% based on the numbers that have been shared?
Okay, so I guess my concern now is that if this money has already been put in our budget and we start taking a large chunk of it out, then we're dealing with missing funds from our budget, and that concerns me a little.
But can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, the anticipated funds have already been put into our current budget that we are about to do a first reading on. If we pass this and take that monies out of that budget, how do we fill the hole?
Well, I think we can start with some pickleball courts that might support affordable housing. But again, I know we've had a public hearing on this already, so I want to be very mindful of that. But again, I think it's a good push. But again, if this gets approved for the first reading, they will work to put it in there and figure out where the funds should be allocated and what should come in and go out. It's not just going to go in and that's it.
I understand that, but we worked hard to get to a consensus on this budget, and now this is another difference of it.
Right, but again, at the first reading of the budget, there can be additional changes or amendments that are proposed by members on this council. So if this is an initiative that is supported by this council, it is something that can be spoken to and added into the budget for consideration.
So can we make a motion to, I put my glasses on. A motion to, where are we? D9. A motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept the first reading with an amendment that the amount would be 25% versus 50%. And I would like to make that motion, if I have a second.
You will move that motion?
Yes.
I will second that motion. And with that, there's a discussion on here. Any final thoughts? Because we're going to vote on the amended version and then the final version. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Just make sure you're speaking into the mic.
I don't feel comfortable making this decision tonight, frankly. Again, this is a large sum of money, and just doing the quick maths here, this needs to be examined a little further, especially given the recommendation from the Finance Committee earlier today, or the Finance Department, rather. This is a large sum that needs to be examined a little further. The numbers need to be redone.
I would, again, I support the 50,000. I support the 38%. This is something that I can't have this in here. I just can't right now.
You can't have what in this
Well, now that I
whole
know
thing?
it's actually, I know not the whole. I said I can support the $50,000. I can support the 38%. This is things that we talked about and that everybody knows about already. This is new part is a whole new thing.
Okay, so you're suggesting continuing, or, again, we're discussing the
Well, there's a
proposed
motion, right,
amendment
there's a motion
first.
there's a motion.
So, speaking to that specifically, we also need to take a vote on that proposed motion. Does anyone have anything to add to that? And then we'll vote on that amended version, and then, okay. All those in favor on updating the amendments as proposed by Councilor Vignali, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. So now we have the amended version, which is everything as written here, with the updates being 25% as opposed to 50%. And is there a motion to move that motion as amended?
So moved.
I will second it. Any last discussion?
I really think this needs to be continued.
Thank you. Any other final thoughts? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. Thank you. And on to the final portion of the town council meeting. And Sarah, do we need to make a motion to continue? We have 20 minutes. Okay. Thank you. So on to item D10, and then after this, we'll have a short break. Item D10, is there a motion to discuss the status of the short-term rental ordinance and review next steps towards incorporating feedback from previous work sessions? So moved by Councilor Vignali. I'll second it. Discussion. Again, this was very generously reminded at the last meeting to put this back on for discussion by Mr. Hanley. Appreciate the reminder. This is something that this council had started, and then the wheels kind of fell off a little bit. We recognize that, and appreciate the reminder to get this back into discussion and over the finish line. As it's been shared this evening by a number of residents, you know, there is a rental market concern in this community. There's also various representatives here this evening who have participated in, at great length, dialogue that have helped to shape, you know, the direction in which this council has been heading towards amending and creating a new rental ordinance. I would like to propose a consideration, Councilor Vignali, and you can decline this, but I think you and I on this council have the least, or if not, and pretty much none, I have none, invested in this. You don't own any rental properties. That's why I'm making this proposal. You can decline, because we only need one. I am proposing that you and I spearhead this, continue to work with residents, be the liaisons on behalf of this council, to feed the conversation, or take in the recommendations. I've appreciated, actually, there's been versions of a short-term rental ordinance that have already been shared, and I think if you and I work with residents, work with our solicitor, we can really create a compromise, not something perfect, because, you know, as the previous council already addressed, that it's a work in progress. I guarantee the final version, hopefully we have a final version that we will vote on. It's not going to be perfect, but I definitely think we can all agree that the language needs to be improved so that we can enforce this very much needed short-term rental ordinance in this town, and disincentivize outside investors from buying a property just to flip it to short-term rentals. You know, legally, we're looking at every possibility that we can. I just think by designated or volunteer or coercing you to assist with this short-term rental ordinance update, because again, I'm calling you out because you did a tremendous job at really helping to lead that discussion at the community center, and I know the council acted as outside observers, but I think, you know, with your connections, you did a tremendous job, and I'm persuasively
Flattery will get you
volunteering
nowhere,
your
yes. Yeah.
collaboration. So, any thoughts on that?
I would be more than happy to work with you.
Okay.
It is something that right from day one, I've wanted to try to collaborate with the residents and people and bring people together to try to come up with the best short-term rental policy that we possibly can, that meets the needs of the residents, meets the needs of everyone in this town, and I would be more than happy to do that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. And what I would also add, just on top of it, and you're going to complain that I talk too much after this meeting, I know, but I would add that at this point, you know, we welcome proposed amendments in your language. You know, this is a pitch to residents out there already. There's a lot of
Absolutely.
lawyers and real estate investors in our town, as well as year-round residents. If there's any specific language, you know, if you have trouble finding this short-term rental ordinance, I'm sure it's been shared to extensively on social media platforms already, but reach out to anyone on the council and we will be happy to provide you with the current language. I want this to be a collaborative effort. It needs to be a collaborative effort because there are so many different minds in this community, people invested differently in our community. But most importantly, we need to create an ordinance that works for, while we want to create an ordinance that works for all members within our community, it has to be a positive direction that will lead to more families and year-round residents in our community. And I have great faith, Councilor Vignali, with your partnership on this, as well as the partnership of residents in this town, that we can get there. We've had a lot of really great dialogue, a lot of compromises, people talking with each other who have never wanted to speak with each other before. Those are some positive conversations that have happened since the ball's been rolling, and now I would really like to get this over the finish line. And with that, it doesn't mean that we're not going to seek legal advice, you know, if there's, you know, lawyers out there who want to volunteer their time to assist with that. I know we have our solicitors as well who will contribute to that as well. But with that, I promised a discussion. We've had a discussion. I'm glad that you have obliged. So I'll turn it back over to the residents if there's anything that you would like to add. Sorry.
I would just like to say anyone who has anything that they would like to get to us, any constructive suggestions, anything that you think is important, if you want to send that to me, or to any member of the council to look at, that would be great. We would take all input from anyone, as long as it's done in a respectful manner.
Yes, thank you. I would actually ask that communications be directed to the general town council email and our town manager, because again, I am going to do everything in my power to make sure that there are no conversations had over email about, different perspectives and thoughts. That is why, Councilor Vignali, I have asked for your hand in collaboration on this, so that you and I are the only two talking on this particular agenda and amendment. So, and with that, I believe, Dr. Alba, I saw your hand.
So, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So, first of all, I want to thank you for recognizing that we have an issue with short-term rentals. I've had families who told me they're trying to bid for properties, and then they're outbid due to people who are investors can bid $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 above the asking price. But a husband and wife with a little child or two little children, they can't afford it. So this is an issue. I was hoping and praying that you would join Portsmouth, Rhode Island, and the other 11 other towns throughout Rhode Island in the hope that we can work collectively as a consortium. The thing is, if we are allowing people to unmerge lots, if we are allowing people increase the housing size, so where there was a one-story, it could possibly be a two or three-story, and that could be separate apartments, so it could be a duplex or a triplex, then people aren't going to be buying these properties for families. There's too much money for short-term rentals, seasonal rentals. That's the issue. So I applaud you guys getting together, but the thing is, if we're opening the floodgates, it's like we could think of the United States where, we want to control, the amount of people coming into our country, but if we open the floodgates, what's there to discuss? So we have to look, and maybe you can reconsider, maybe you can contact Portsmouth, these other towns, just to work with them and maybe join with them. Say, we need to have some control. We have issues, we have a sewer issue, we have a water supply issue, we have multiple issues. We have people who tell me that they had a beautiful house there with a nice view, and now they got a double-decker in front of them, obstructing. It's being used as a seasonal rental. There's too much money out there, too much investment for these people who are coming from Connecticut and other area towns, Massachusetts, to come over here and buy out our town. And it's not going to stop. So this is why, I hope and pray maybe you will reconsider and working with Portsmouth and some of these other towns and work collectively. I was kind of taken aback, I don't know how this is true, but I heard that Carol Hagan-McAtee, our own representative, gave the green light to Craven's support on basically, the build, baby, build. So I don't know if that's true, but the point is, what I'm trying to say, we've got to put the brakes on, because otherwise, the number of families we're going to have in our town, it's going to be fewer and fewer and fewer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Celebrato. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yep, no, go ahead.
Elizabeth Delguiso, 102 Riverdale. Getting back to the ADUs, and I know the solicitor here said that, well, that's a state thing. But this is what Portsmouth is trying, and these other communities are trying to get around. I know for a fact, in Situate, okay, there's you have to have 2 acres of land to build. However, yes, you can do an ADU, but in order to do an ADU, you need to have a septic system that passes, and you need to have a well that passes. Well, here in Narragansett, we don't have a sewer system, and we don't have a water system. So that alone, if we joined Portsmouth and the others, we could work around this. And I have one more question. I don't know. I do know, of course, Jim Durkin. He has a lot of rentals. These other two gentlemen on the town council, do you have rentals?
Again, this is
don't
your
know.
time. I'll respond
I
once you're
know
done.
you can't, but if
Oh,
you-
I will respond once you're done.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to
Okay.
give you back your time.
Okay.
Just go ahead.
No, I don't know if these other two.
Yeah, I'll let them respond just once you're done
Oh.
speaking. Sorry. Oh, are you done with your
Yeah,
time?
yeah.
Oh. Again, it's their own business to discuss. The reason why I reached out to Councilor Vignali was that I know personally that she does not own or operate any rental property. I know myself, and having worked with her previously, that's why I've asked for her partnership on this. I think Mr. Durkin's record speaks for himself. I don't know these two gentlemen if they own property or operate any landlord properties, but that's where I'm coming from.
Well, I think someone who does have rental properties should be recusing themselves on this.
Right,
Thank
and what I will answer that is I ask for an ethics opinion on that, and such a hardship cannot prevent a town council person from participating in and doing the jobs in which they were elected to do. So I said, well, what do you do if 3 or 4 town council members happen to be landlords and you had something that was being considered? Well, you can't have just one town council person vote. So what they do, and this can reach out to the Ethics Commission, because I tell you, it's quite the impressive explanation that you get. What they do is they measure the amount of property or investment that the 4 council people have involved, and then they select the 2 council people who have the least invested, and then those 2 get to participate along with the 1 individual who has no investment whatsoever, and the other 2 are forced to recuse. So it's not just because somebody owns property does not necessarily mean that they cannot participate. There's a measurement when it comes to ethics, but I appreciate the question, and I just wanted to share with you that it has been addressed with the Ethics Commission, and again, that's why I've asked Councilor Vignali to partner with me on this. Ms. Celebrato.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. It's called a class exclusion. Mr. Colonies and Mr. Torladay would be able to take a class exclusion. Mr. Durkin could not because he has so many rentals. He's in a class by himself. He's not like other residents. These 2, they can say they're like other residents in the town. Okay. Back to the subject at hand. I think we need a definition of what a short-term rental is, and I think we should adopt the state's definition, which is less than 30 days. If we start fiddle-farting around with different days, it's going to be way too confusing. I think the ordinance has to stay under the business section of the ordinances, because that's where rentals are mentioned, under businesses. And the last town council put the ordinance under businesses so they could be charged the commercial rate, okay? And the other thing is, you need a finite number. You really just need a finite number. Otherwise, you're just not going to accomplish what you need to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. And what I'd ask for feedback from the general residents along the lines of Ms. Celebrato's recommendation is that if, there was a wish to put a finite number on there, but we receive legal advice that suggests that because said ordinance exists in the business section, but it prevents us because of where it currently exists. I'm asking a general question to the residents just for food for thought, because we're not voting on anything here, is that would you be amenable to moving the location of this ordinance if it meant the possibility of putting a finite number on rentals? Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to, was curious. Again, we're not just developing a consensus. I'm just looking. So, Mr. Volpe.
Joe Volpe, 21 Harbor Island Road. I think at one of the previous work sessions, both sides, every side, didn't have a problem with a cap. The landlords, the residents, and I represent a small group of local in-town property providers or housing providers, I don't think there is ever a question that a cap is going to be amenable. It was agreed to by many people that came up to the microphone. Whether or not it's legal was brought up by council, and I understand. We can agree to everything, but what matters is the law. The only suggestion I had, and you had left the room, and I'm not going to speak directly to council, but Mr. Callahan had left last time, and the only thing I know from my experience from going up to the State House and speaking to both sides of this, landlords and residents, and at the State House, Middletown does have something that they've done, and I've said it, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. Middletown has something where they grandfathered in under a cap, they established a cap and grandfathered the existing short-term rental owners under that and established a new set of regulations, so an old set and a new set. And again, I'm not an attorney. I'm not questioning Mr. Callahan. All I'm saying is, if we all agree to it, if we can look into, however you do this, business or however it's plays out in the courts, bottom line is, it didn't go through this past ordinance didn't make it. The 7-night minimum didn't make it, and the licensing didn't make it. So we have to fix that. And if we're agreeing to a cap, we have to find out if it's legal, and I would, again, encourage you to look at what they did in Middletown. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, and I forgot to push the timer. I appreciate that. Mr. Hanley.
Alex, can you make a...
Oh, yes, I'll make a motion to continue. Thank you. I will move the motion to continue the meeting. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. So I want to thank you for putting this on the agenda. Sincerely. However, one thing in your discussion that I just can't come to grips with is that you're saying all the right words tonight. We're going to get together, we're going to do this, we're going to do the legal stuff, everything else. This was all said a year ago. We were here a year ago. And what I can't understand is why nothing has happened in a year. There's 5 of you. Somebody must have said, oh, what about that short-term rental ordinance? But no, we're too busy changing. That was the priority. But we're too busy changing all the other ordinances that will decimate this town for the residents. And it just bothers me so much that we can just ignore this for a year, and now we're going to pick it up again and march forward. We're going to march forward, and we're going to take another year and a half, or something else will happen. So this is what I think, and I'm very disappointed that there was a year of absence of any action on this. So what I want to know is, are you guys going to schedule something to get this thing rolling again? Thank you.
Thank you. And in response to Mr. Hanley's comments, I agree that it's been a year. I will be the first one to take ownership of that. I know that there's 5 people sitting up here on the council, and any one of us, well, maybe with the exception of Mr. Durkin, could have put this on for consideration. And again, that's why I appreciate the reminder and the courtesy that you've shared to get this back on for discussion, because you're right. A year is not acceptable, and I apologize for dropping the ball on this, and hope that this doesn't disincentivize residents from wanting to reach out and collaborate and really get this over the finish line. And you're right, it is a lot of the right things that are being said. I hope that the last couple of meetings have shown, when you've asked something to be put on an agenda for consideration, and me doing so and this council support, that we're not just talking, we are listening and want to have this considered. And if there's anything that I've learned from working with Councilor Vignali is once she partners up with you to do something, she's never going to let it go until it gets done. So now that she and I are partnering on this, I can promise that there will be an amended version of this short-term rental ordinance that gets considered within a timely manner. I know we're at the end of our budget cycle here, so there's a lot going on, but we are going to work on it, and I will try to put on discussion items so that we can provide an update, because I think that probably helps with transparency, is that you don't need to know like a month or two from now, hey, what's going on? You haven't heard anything. I think putting on a discussion item for Councilor Vignali and I to provide those updates, I think will help to provide that clarity. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add? I know this is discussion. Yes.
Carolyn Petroselli, Rockland Street. I do, as the other speakers have mentioned, I appreciate that this is on the agenda for discussion and that giving the residents an opportunity to speak to this and also email you. One of the things I think of what Catherine had mentioned, and I think Alba did as well, regarding limiting the numbers of short-term rentals, putting a cap on, and, you know, sort of, as you said, Alex, disincentivizing these investors, because if they know that, you know, they're going to be limited in what they can do, and I know the previous council, I think, wanted to do a lottery as well, and I don't know how much you've looked at some of what they had proposed, because there might be some ideas there that you could adopt. I don't know what the legal, you know, aspect of it is, but that would be something you would need to look in with the state. But even if the state is trying to blanket this and say this has got to be in every town in the entire state, this is where the Portsmouth initiative, I think, plays a big part. There are 12 of those communities, and they're all unique. We have you know, short-term rentals in this town would be different than a short-term rental in Exeter or Coventry. Newport does them because they're a city and maybe they have more zones. I think I've had that conversation with you in the past, Alex, where they would limit it to an owner-occupied short-term rental. And that is a big difference if an owner lives in a property as opposed to an investor out of state, because that person is going to be more concerned about what happens, the noise and everything else that goes along with it. I don't know if we can adopt something like that. Looking at the Crane report in real detail to see what they're saying about it, because the investors, if they know from year to year, for instance, that they're maybe not going to rent or be able to, that's going to free up properties to be rented either year-round, because they're not going to want to do 9-month rentals for students and in the summer do a short-term rental. Maybe some of them may want to do it on a daily basis. So that's another thing. I'm hoping that this is going to be something you really take a serious look at, and I appreciate that you're listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak who hasn't done so already? And thank you again for the feedback, and your feedback has been very valuable to shape this and the direction, and Councilor Vignali and I will take all feedback into consideration as we work collaboratively with you guys on this. So thank you. And with that we're going to take a quick 3-5-minute recess so that everyone can get a drink. Thank you. Alrighty. Thank you for the brief recess. So we are now moving on to Parks and Recreation Department is item E1. Is there a motion to approve the assignment agreement between Narrow River Kayaks LLC, assigner, and the Kayak Center at Wickford Cove LLC, assignee for the operation of a paddle sports business concession at 94 Middlebridge Road, and approve the 2-year contract extension that was part of the original solicitation through 2028.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Again, I don't know if there's anyone here who wishes to speak to this particular item, but I know that we've received tremendous support and requests to support this initiative. So I would actually start, if there's anyone present. Would you like to speak on this? Thank you.
Hello again, I'm Veronica Bronsky, 12 Lakeside Drive, and I'm the president of Narrow River Preservation Association. I've worked through NRPA, worked with Jason for years, and the whole Narrow River Kayaks. And I have a letter that I was going to submit to the town in support of this. I'm just going to read some of the points of it, and then I will email you all later. I can actually give you a hard copy too. Just that, first of all, as I'd mentioned before, Narrow River Preservation Association, we are the Rhode Island Rivers Council designated watershed council for Narrow River, so of course we're interested in anything in the river and the watershed. I'm speaking in support of the motion for the assignment. And I just wanted to point out that we have been working with Jason for a long time. We have developed a really good relationship with Narrow River Kayaks. We are very supportive of what the town said, that it's really important to have this reassignment happen so that a paddle sports concession can start right away and keep us going through 2028, because it's a very important recreational resource for Narrow River, but also it's a way of public access, of letting people in Narragansett and also the general public to come and learn about Narrow River and to get access to Narrow River. And having spoken to Jason about this, this transfer, this reassignment seems like the best thing for so many people. And also his staff, I just want to say Jason and his staff, they have been always very good about working with the people who come to rent there about not only about like where they should be paddling in the river, but the safety of that. And that's a very important point, because as we all know, there's a lot of watercraft that are taking place in the summer in Narrow River. And the fact that Jason has instructed his staff to be so helpful to the public, and I'm sure the new people will be also very good about that. And we look forward to working in the future with the Kayak Center of Wickford Cove. And I just met them earlier today. We're looking forward to continuing the good relationship that we had with Jason and Narrow River Kayaks with the new organization. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I appreciate the feedback provided here and the service that Jason and Narrow River Kayaks provides this town. It's a great resource that tourists, residents value when coming to explore Narrow River, and it's a great educational opportunity for those looking to attain access to Narrow River. Anyone else? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. On to item E2. Is there a motion to approve a new 2-year contract with 401 Oyster Company, Charlestown, Rhode Island, to participate in food truck at the town beach on Monday and Wednesday nights from the third Monday of June 2026 through Labor Day 2027 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., subject to state and local regulations.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. So I think this is a really, really great to see that we have a proposal to add a new food truck to the town. It's a very popular resource during the summer. It's a popular attraction. I've worked the food trucks before previously when I was working at the town beach. And if you haven't been before, I highly recommend it. We always bring in the best food trucks. Anyone have any comments on this? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations. On to item E3. Is there a motion to approve a new 2-year contract with Hot Potato Food Truck to participate in Food Truck Night at the Town Beach on Monday and Wednesday nights from the third Monday of June 2026 through Labor Day 2027 from excuse me, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. subject to state and local regulations.
Second.
Discussion. So whoever had get the town council president to say hot potato during a council meeting on their bingo card, you just check that one off. Again, I've reviewed this. I think it's a really great food truck to be bringing to the Narragansett Town Beach. Anyone have any comments on this? Anyone? Oop. Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the Public Works Department, item F1. Is there a motion to approve, ratify, and confirm change order number 5 with Martone Service Company, Inc. for the Town Hall front entrance refurbishment project in the amount of $38,374.04? And approve change order number with Kioff Construction Management in the amount of $19,050.00 for extension of services for the project.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. So let's see. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this? Jim Tierney, would you have a soundbite for us on what this is, just for the public?
Fairly self-explanatory.
Yep.
As he disassembled the building to do a lot of the work, it was discovered that the structural steel channels were significantly compromised and damaged with corrosion, perforations. This had all to be repaired, so they could not possibly see that until they disassembled the building.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments on the council? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item F2. Is there a motion to approve the purchase is there a motion to approve the purchase for the Public Works Department of one 2025 Western Star 47X Vector truck equipped with a Vector 2100 positive displacement sewer cleaner from CN Wood and Vero LLC in the amount of $520,000, utilizing the Sourcewell contract?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
We've had that for 18 years, huh? I remember when they bought that brand new. What did we use before that? Did we do it manually? Oh, that clamshell thing, that's right, yeah. Yeah, right.
So I think, again, a lot of people may be afraid of the number, but the reality is some of these investments in improving our infrastructure are not cheap, as you can see. But I think when you see a sewer cleaner, I think it's necessary, it's important, and I think a lot of people would be happy to see that this is where some of the money is going towards. Anyone on the council have any comments on this? Anyone from the public? See. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry. I believe, no, I'm not going to speak for you.
Elizabeth Delkey, 102 Riverdale. What is the life expectancy for this?
About 20 years.
Great.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the Community Development Department. Item G1, is there a motion to schedule a public hearing regarding, is there a motion to schedule a public hearing on July 6th, 2026, regarding the proposed changes to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances entitled Zoning, regarding amendments to Section 4.8.1, Breakwater Village Special District.
So moved.
Oops.
Second.
Discussion, I believe we have a recommended date, which I don't have the sticky note in front of me. Did I just read it? Look at that. It's already there. I knew I had seen it before. I just said it. Thank
Been
you.
a long night, Alex.
Woo. All right. So there it is. There's the scheduled date. Does anyone on the council have any opposition to that date? Good. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
sorry. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Thank you. We will not count any vote taken. Go ahead.
Stephen Surdit. I'm a resident of the town as well as an attorney. I live at 10 Champlain Cove Road. In regards to this, and I'll restate my objection to the following motion as well. This is a procedural quirk in the Rhode Island general laws wherein a planning board is able to force the town council to put a item on their agenda regarding a zoning ordinance change. While the planning board does often make recommendations, there's been so many changes to our zoning ordinance in the past year or two. This proposed ordinance is just is the planning board pushing their own agenda to eviscerate and take back the changes that the town council just put in place months ago. This, as well as the motion behind it, are just at this time not appropriate. We've had so many modifications, so many changes to our zoning ordinance as people go and prepare and take on the approximately year to 2 year process of building out and designing their new home and deciding if they are going to make changes to their home. We've created this hodgepodge of applications and of rules, and applications that go in before and a certain date have one set of rules. Applications that come in after that date have another set of rules. The citizens of this town need time to see what the changes that have been put forth by the council are, how they affect what's going on, and an opportunity to see them in action. Further, there's the allegation that this regard is relating to safety concerns regarding fire safety and other safety. The fire marshal reviews every building permit that comes out of the building official's office and has an opportunity to weigh in on them at the time. To come forth with a blanket statement, putting words in the town, in the fire marshal and other town officials' mouths that have not been put on the record, just isn't appropriate for the planning board to do. While I appreciate the volunteers of the planning board and their desire to do what they believe is best for the town, it's just not appropriate to do bottom-up legislation. Town council was put in place by the voters of this town. You just made changes after extensive work and workshops and removed the reduction, the 15% reduction, and removed the minimum ordinance or minimum distance setback. While I believe your solicitor is correct in that it says shall in the ordinance and you have that obligation, it's just inappropriate at this time. And I thank you for your time and for volunteering and for spending your night here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add? And I know this is a scheduling item, so I don't traditionally take comment on it, but.
That was G1, right?
Right, and the gentleman was, and I just cut myself off, look at that. The gentleman was speaking in a combination of both, I think. Yeah. But again, since these are scheduling items, I'll allow it for this moment. In defense of the planning board's motion here, at least on this particular item for Breakwater Village, it is something that this council did come to a consensus on during the time that we were reviewing this ordinance, that we would consider looking at Breakwater Village, which is what is being proposed here. And we are bound to, I believe it's a state law on this particular instance, that if the planning board, who has the authority to provide these recommendations, if they present these recommendations, we are bound to respond within 60 days, I believe. 65, oh, sorry, 65 days for a public hearing, and that is what we are scheduling, and that is why we are reviewing it. And I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiments that have been shared. I'm just letting you know that in this particular instance, the planning board did receive feedback to view the dimensions in Breakwater Village at the time of the last hearing. So with that, we've got a scheduled date of July 6th. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item G2, is there a motion to schedule a public hearing also on July 6th on the proposed changes to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances entitled Zoning regarding amendments to Section 6.5, Modified Dimensional Regulations?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Again, this is a scheduling item. I think there's already been some sentiments that have been shared about this particular item. Anyone have any thoughts, comments on this? Everyone good with the date?
So I was just wondering, James, can you explain that, what Alex just said? The state law says that we do have to deal with those types of things, even though the ordinance has been passed by the...
Right. We looked this up a couple times, whether there's a time limit on bringing something back. There really isn't something in state law or cases that say that you can't bring something back. I mean, I guess the reason would be in case you made a mistake or there's an error or something, you can bring it back pretty quickly to correct that. And this is under the same premise, I believe. I don't think it's a way to prevent this kind of thing from moving forward.
Okay, still confused, but who's bringing it back? The planning board is bringing it back? They think it was a mistake?
That was just an hypothetical. I'm just saying
that was a
the
hypothetical.
planning board can propose zoning ordinance amendments, and that's what they've done. here.
Right, but it's been approved by the council.
Correct.
And then there's a time frame in which the planning board can then look at it again and say, wait, no, that's not what we wanted, so that they can bring it back to us?
Right, they can bring it back, right. There's no prohibition on that.
Thank you.
I would echo, while that can be done, I caution that that be the new norm moving forward. We do need to allow some time and dust to settle, and I don't think that's a really good use of our planning board's time and resources, and I think they would agree. There's a lot that's going on at the state level that in every session it feels like it's just a whole nother year before you're able to put everything that's being done at the state and codify it into your local ordinances. So again, this is and I'm sympathetic to the planning board as well as the residents in this town. This is the process that's in place, and it's one that we're forced to deal with and do our best in collaboration. So, and with that, any final thoughts?
I'd just say that with this, we'd have 2 public hearings and our town manager's review that night, in addition to regularly scheduled council, and I think that would be a considerable night.
Is July 6th the latest that we can schedule a public hearing? Or, I mean, again, the reason why the initial approach to have the town manager's review on the following evening was for that very reason. We won't be able to amend that at this juncture, but if we were to consider that rescheduling that at the next meeting, we can certainly do that. But again, I think we're bound to this, or pretty tightly bound to this July 6th date, at least for the public hearings. The manager's update, I think, is a little bit flexible, but we can amend that at the next meeting if we want to.
That's more the line of thinking that I was going down.
Okay.
Fine to have these 2 on the same night as they're thematically relevant, but I think we might want to look at moving gyms.
Yep, that's good feedback, and we'll take that under advisement at the next council meeting. So with that, we got a motion to schedule a public hearing July 6th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Bear with me, folks. We're almost there. On to Engineering Department is H1. Is there a motion to refer the request from John McGreen on behalf of John Mahoney and Gina Mahoney in regard to Plat Q Lot 101, 140 South Pier Road for waiver of the sewer policy to the Sewer Policy Committee for review?
So move.
Discussion, again, this is a process that's in place for, consideration. This goes to the Sewer Policy Committee for review. They will have their review, the committee will provide their recommendation, and then eventually it'll get its way back to the town council. Does Mr. McGreen would Mr. McGreen like to comment on this, or are you just present? Okay. So with that, anyone on the council have any questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item H2. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 78 Utilities of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, Section 7348, entitled Restricted Use Regarding the Town's Potable Water Supply?
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
I think it speaks for itself, but
I think this
I
is.
put it on the
Oh, yeah,
agenda.
sorry, go ahead.
The town manager and town engineer worked on it together. This is what we came up with. And it's just something that we have to do about our water supply, so it's,
I'd also, first of all, I appreciate and commend the collaborative effort from our town engineer, town manager, Mr. Durkin. This has also been something that's been worked on across communities. Am I correct in that
Yeah,
this is something
yeah.
South Kingstown too?
and North Kingstown. yeah.
And both have, I believe, already discussed, reviewed
Yep.
this compromise version that we see here. And I believe this, again, is the compromised version that also is in response to the testimony that was provided from the town of Narragansett, as well as other communities as well. So really appreciate this compromise. Anyone have any comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the town clerk is item I-1. Is there a motion to reappoint 2 individuals to the Conservation Commission Tree Board for a term set to expire on April 30th, 2029?
Second.
Moved by Councilor Vignali, seconded by Councilor Torrealde. Are there any nominations for reappointment?
I'll move Lawrence Varanka
Do you want to do both in one shot?
and Patricia Federico.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Anyone from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I-2. Is there a motion to appoint an individual to the Library Board of Trustees for a term expiring October 1st, 2026?
So moved.
Second,
Discussion. Are there any nominations?
move Paul Selwyn.
I'll second that.
Nomination's been made for Mr. Paul Selwyn and seconded by Councilor Colonies. Any discussion?
I think he would be an
Well-
asset.
Yeah, Paul hangs around at the library. He just loves the library and he's been very supportive of it. And I think the library's supportive of him, so I think he'd be great.
I also agree. I think he's contributed a lot to the library as well.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And through his support, a lot of resources have been created and generously donated on his behalf. So I think his heart is in the right place, and I think he'd be a valuable member to that committee. Anyone else? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I-3. Is there a motion to approve a victualler license for RSD Hospitality DBA Drift Cafe Plat P Lot 28937, 140 Point Judith Road, Unit 37, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations?
So moved.
Discussion. Anyone on the council have any comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I-4. Is there a motion to approve a victualler license for Country Chowder Shack LLC, DBA Country Chowder Shack, located at 39 Boston Neck Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to state and local regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone on the council have anything they'd like to add? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I-5. Is there a motion to approve a Sunday parking license for Town Park LLC, DBA Town Park, located at 281 Great Island Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882, subject to state and local regulations?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Anyone on the council have anything they'd like to add on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Durkin, do you approve? Motion passes 5-0. On to item I-6 is a motion to reconsider the approval of the renewal of GBL 2121 Summer House in LLC, applicant Jim Durkin, 87 Narragansett Avenue, hotel motel license, 21 rooms from April 20th, 2026, subject to state and local regulations.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I believe, Mr. Callahan, after a conversation with you, there is a request to amend this motion. Or maybe I was misinformed. I think it was a motion to reconsider subject to reinstatement.
Right. This was on the consent agenda a few weeks ago.
Yes.
It was voted on, just kind of missed in the shuffle of the meeting.
Mhm.
Mr. Durkin shouldn't have voted on it. He's recused himself, as you can see from the stage. Additionally, we learned recently that there's an issue with the LLC at the Secretary of State's office. So if you do choose to approve this, I think the approval should be subject to the reinstatement of the LLC, which can be done with, some paperwork filed with the Division of Taxation and the Secretary of State.
Okay. I will make a motion to amend this, the language of this, to reconsider subject to the reinstatement of the LLC.
And approve.
So moved.
If
And
approved.
approve.
And approved. Thank you. Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Excuse me, this is an item that we're discussing on an amended version of the language. So with that, all those in favor of the amended version of this language, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0 on the amended language. And we're not going to take public comment on this item, sir, because this was already an item that was
Right. I
previous.
just want to let you know, when I
Excuse
was
me, can we
outside-
just turn off
when
the
I- when I
microphone,
was out-
please?
Just letting you know, this is what was said by a sitting town council member. That is abuse. And it should not be allowed.
All right. Thank you, Dan. And with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0 with one recusal. Is there a motion to adjourn at 11? Oh, sorry, there's one other thing. Sorry.
Just quickly, for the members of the council, you'll be hearing from me and Christine Wilson and Sarah once we go through some of the budget items after this evening's discussion and vote. We would like to set up a work session. You do not have to schedule it now. We will send you some potential dates, and then we can sit down with you and do the final for another first reading, because it will have to be amended. Okay?
And this will be a public, not executive, correct? 'Cause
Oh, yeah,
that's-
correct.
Okay.
Yep, work session.
Thank you so much, and we really appreciate that. Is there a motion to adjourn at 11:17 p.m.?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Have a great evening, everyone.